Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Point of order, l'honorable.
The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, seconded by the Minister of Families, that with respect to Bill C-13, Act to amend the Official Languages Act and the use of French in federally regulated private businesses and amendments to other acts, that no more one extra day of sitting should be given to debates at second reading of this bill, that 15 minutes before the expiration of time allotted for government orders for study at second reading of this bill, that all deliberations at the House be interrupted at the end of this order, and then unnecessary questions to dispose of this step now be immediately voted on successively with no more extra debate or amendment.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
The questions and comments.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Que relativement au
That with respect to Bill C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act and on the use of French in federally regulated private businesses and related amendments to other acts, that no more one additional sitting day be accorded to debate at second reading of this bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiration of time allotted for government business for the study at second reading of this bill, that all deliberations before the House be interrupted under this order, and then all necessary questions to dispose of this stage be immediately voted on successively without additional debate or amendment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places or use the hand raise function so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. Debate the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I'm certainly not surprised that we're at this point of time allocation by the government, considering that they're being aided and abetted by the NDP, a party, by the way, Madam Speaker, who used to rail against time allocation every time it came up in the last Parliament, the Parliament before that, and Parliaments before that. As the now moderate wing of the Liberal Party, the NDP is furthering a decline in democracy. Madam Speaker, there were millions of people who voted for opposition parties other than the NDP. Those voices are being silenced as these type of things happen. And, you know, it's unfortunate that we are seeing a further decline in our democracy, a decline in the faith that people are having in our institutions when these type of tactics are being employed by the government, aided and abetted by their lapdogs in the NDP.
The Honourable Minister of Official Languages.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Speaker. Mrs. Speaker, first and foremost, it's just to the opposite. Over the past number of weeks, we've seen many tactics that are being played by the opposition party. The reason why we're moving forward with this today is that we really want to make sure that we can move forward with this important piece of legislation. Bill C-13 is going to make a real difference in the lives of Canadians, and I'm now looking forward to seeing the important work that the committee is going to be able to do. We certainly recognize that committees here work independently. They are able to look at these these bills and move forward with calling in witnesses, because then from there we're going to be able to continue this very important discussion on Bill C-13. Bill C-13, as I've indicated, Madam Speaker, is going to make huge differences in the lives of official minority communities across this country, and that is why it is so important that we move forward, because Canadians expect that of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et
Questions and comments?
comments. Excuse, l'honorable. J'ai pas tout là. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Beaubourg, Côte-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charles de Bois. Is that right? Sorry, Saint-Jean. Even simpler than that. Yes. In the last version of this bill to amend the OLA, it was tabled right before the end of the last Parliament, and we weren't really able to debate it, even though the government had almost 2 years to table it previously. And this time, now we're tabling the bill, and rather quickly, they want to muzzle the debate on it. And it's against the backdrop of the government going to courts because services were not provided in French to British Columbians, and they didn't even respect their own legislation. And then they had only English-speaking lieutenant governor in Atlantic Canada, and then it seems like there's so much difficulty implementing French that the government wants to hide things. That's kind of what they're trying to do with this muzzle. And once again, this attack on democracy. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That's not at all the case. Our government really wants to protect and promote French across the country, including in Quebec. And this also includes Quebec because with this new version of the bill, we are going to move forward. And yes, it was tabled last June, the previous version, but as the minister, I've had the opportunity to meet many players who work in this field, and the information we have received is that people are very happy with this version of the bill. They're telling us that it even goes further, and that is why we really want to make sure we can go to committee and study this so that parliamentarians can continue to this very important debate to ensure that still C-13 will move over. Once again, thanks to all the work at committee, the bill will come back and then it'll go to the Senate. So once again, I'm looking forward to make sure we will receive royal assent for this bill. The honourable member for Rosemount. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the minister a question. We had federal elections 8 months ago, roughly. It wasn't that long ago. We could have taken more time to study this bill then. And the point I want to make today is that for Francophone communities outside of Quebec, they haven't been waiting for this just 8 months. They've been waiting for the modernization of the OLA for years. So how crucial is this for the vitality of Francophone communities in Quebec, for cultural institutions, for positive action, for Francophone immigration? I'd like to hear the minister talk about how these people can no longer wait for them to improve their future. The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. And yes, he's absolutely right. Official languages in minority settings have been waiting a long time for the modernization of this legislation. And yes, we have a new version of this bill, and it has greater teeth. And this bill will make a real difference in the lives of Canadians from across our country, and also for people who live in minority settings. And yes, as a Francophone who lives in a minority setting, I've had the privilege to go to school in French, to go to post-secondary school in French, and to work in French. And this is partially thanks to the Official Languages Act. And we want to make sure we go even further. Through the definition of Section 7, we really want to continue to make work and move our linguistic rights forward. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, is that it? Argenteuil. Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. These are long names, yes. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. As a Francophone from Quebec, this bill is extremely important. It's not just a question of time, of when we table it. There's no really good or bad time to do this. As my colleague said earlier, it's the right time to table it today. I'd like to ask our minister a question. how important is it for other parties to support this legislation, to show Canadians that we do have two official languages, and how important it is to protect French in minority settings? I'd like to hear what she has to say about that. Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question. Madam Speaker, I think everyone here in this House has a common goal, namely to protect our two official languages and also to make sure that we're going to do everything we can to protect French, because we all recognize that French is declining in Canada and particularly in Quebec. And that's why we're working very hard with our partners and with players across the country. We have to make sure that we're going to, yes, we've tabled a bill, but we also heard from stakeholders who want to see improvements, and that's exactly what we're doing with this new version of C-13. And it's really important to have all members of this House to work closely and collaboratively. And I think we have a common goal of protecting French, and we're going to improve it, and it will make a real difference for official languages in minority settings. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech, but they're not walking the talk. This is an important bill. They're establishing rules to make sure that in 50 years from now, Canada will be still a bilingual country with English and French. And the member from New Brunswick, the only bilingual province in Canada, knows full well that she's supporting her government, who wants to challenge the fact they don't want to put in this bill that a lieutenant governor from New Brunswick has to be bilingual. So I'd like to understand how her speech is coherent. She also added, Madam Speaker, that stakeholders appreciated what was done with respect to C-13. Yes, it's a step in the right direction, but when I met with the same stakeholders, they told me it's not enough. So yes, we have to work together, but in a democracy like we have in Canada, we have to respect all parliamentarians and allow them to have a right to speak and express themselves, because this bill, Madam Speaker, is very important for the future of bilingualism in Canada. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, we have to be clear. This is the fourth day of debate on C-13. Until now, we've had 63 speeches on this bill in the House. 19 members of the Conservative Party spoke, 18 members of the Liberal Party, 13 members from the NDP, and 12 members from the Bloc have all made speeches on this topic. And to date, this is the fourth day of debate. Remember that a lot of the work that happens here in the House, yes, there is debate in the chamber, but it's the work at committee that is also very important. And it also, like my honourable colleague, to be part of this committee. They do great work. Often they work closely with all parties. We don't always agree, but I think we really do good work. And yes, we are looking forward to this parliamentary committee so it can do its work and we can move this bill forward. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I have a question for the Minister. We've recognized that there is decline in French in Quebec, particularly in Montreal. In this bill, we want to offer people choice to either speak English or French. That's what this bill does. But what we're saying officially is that Quebec, we speak French. No, they want to offer them the choice of speaking in English. But I'd like my colleague to explain, how can you protect French when C-13 offers federally regulated companies to voluntarily speak English or French? How can they protect French that way? Madam Speaker, once again, this government is the first to recognize that there is a decline in French in Canada, particularly in Quebec, and that is why we're moving forward with an ambitious bill. We also recognize that the Bloc does not represent all Francophones in Canada, and that is why, as the Minister, I'd like to ensure that we have a bill that will respect minority settings across the country for Francophones, and that's why we're moving forward with a bill that is ambitious and, once again, will make a real difference for the lives of people who live in minority settings across the country. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
seen in the course of the last few weeks that we have two bloc parties in the House of Commons, the Bloc Québécois and the Bloc Everything. And the Bloc Everything party has been the Conservative Party. Madam Speaker, we've seen them blocking systematically every single piece of legislation, refusing to have legislation go through to committee to improve. These are fundamentally important things, and yet what we saw this week was absolutely a travesty. Conservative MPs, when we extended hours so that everyone could speak on important legislation, decided that they wanted the House of Commons.
Point Parliamentary Secretary, if it's on the same point of order, I would just say that I ruled it out that it's not a point of order, so I don't think that we need further discussion. The honourable member for New Westminster.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So there's the Conservative Party that is blocking everything. And the question I'm asking my colleague is that why is the Conservative Party refusing to send this bill to committee to make improvements? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank my colleague for his question. I said that this is our fourth day of debate today, but I was really disappointed when I was here in the House till midnight because the Conservative Party made amendment and a sub-amendment, and they really want to kill this bill. I've received many calls from stakeholders, whether you believe it or not, and they were listening to the speeches in the House, and they were very concerned by what they heard from the Conservative Party. And once again, we want a bill, and this is a very important bill, a personal bill for me. We want to pass it as quickly as possible. Once again, the Parliamentary Committee has work to do, and I'm looking forward to looking at this at committee and once again have it back in the House because it is very important work. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Maniwaka-Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like some colleagues who are here in the House today, whether virtually in person, I'm a member of the Official Languages Committee, and yes, I confirm that all parties on this committee, well, actually, no, we have the best committee to bring C-13 to the right place, and that's exactly what we want to do. I would like the Minister to share more about what she's heard across the country from all stakeholders, no matter where they are in our beautiful and large country, with respect to this new version of this legislation. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent work on this file, and I know he has worked very hard to move forward official languages. He's done excellent work as a chair of the Official Languages Committee. And since I've been minister, I've had the privilege of meeting stakeholders from across the country, and people are telling us that they want to move forward with C-13 because now we have a new version, and the comments we have received have been positive on it, and we have worked very hard. Also, stakeholders are telling us that when they want us to work on a legal framework, and there's other work to do as well after this bill. So we have to develop regulations as well. And we also have an action plan that will be implemented shortly. We have to prepare our plan for the next 5 years, and C-13 is an important step. Thank you.
Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to congratulate my colleague on the Official Languages Committee. Yes, indeed, we do want to move this forward. The demonstration has been done. This government doesn't have the attention span or the intention to protect the French language. The first speech, the first debate was a Wednesday afternoon. I just want to raise awareness for people at home. Wednesday afternoon is one of the times when there's the least speaking time. When there are speeches on that type of topic, It's on Thursdays that we have longer speaking times. So now we're seeing that we're pushing this bill forward. Unfortunately, the Minister for Official Languages is like David and Goliath in her own party. If we look at what happened in the news this week, there were 3 Liberal MPs who were contesting the decision of the Liberal government. I would like to hear her talk about that. The Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I'm really worried about is the Conservative Party is trying to derail this bill. Once again, I was here last Thursday until midnight, and I received critiques from the opposition that I was here until midnight only to talk about this. I think the work that we do in the House of Commons, whether it be Monday morning or Friday afternoon, all Canadians expect us to do our jobs as parliamentarians. And that's what we're doing. This bill is ambitious. We're going to do everything we can to protect both official languages in this country. I hope that we will have the cooperation of my colleagues from all parties. Questions and comments?
Yep.
The Honourable Member for Joliette.
J'apprécie grandement la ministre des...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Official Languages Minister. She is a person who believes in her commitments. However, I do find that the message being sent by the government to appoint a unilingual Anglophone Governor-General in the only bilingual province of the country sends a message that the government does not care about French, especially when it's a minority situation. And when the government says we commit to never do it again, well, they just did it. And how do they justify this? The Honourable Minister. I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I appreciate him as well. As I said, our government's priority is to do everything to promote and protect our beautiful official languages. We agree with the principle that the Governor-General of New Brunswick should be bilingual and every successor to the current one shall be. We will certainly do that. Now, appointing a Governor-General is a constitutional issue and has nothing to do with the principle of bilingualism. However, we have committed that future Governor-Generals of New Brunswick after Ms. Murphy will be bilingual.
Commentaire, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci encore une fois, Madame la Présidente. We saw
Thank you again, Madam Speaker.
travesty of an evening sessions where parliamentarians were supposed to get together and speak to important legislation. And what the Conservatives turned it into was a circus where the debate was over which Conservative faction would put forward its speaker. It was lamentable, Madam Speaker. I haven't seen this in my years in Parliament where an entire party would say to the people of Canada, what's most important is our internal stuff rather than talking about important debates. We've seen bill after bill after bill blocked by the Conservatives. And so I wanted to ask my colleague, why are the Conservatives blocking everything? Why, on a bill as important as official languages, why are they refusing to get it to committee so that the hearings can be held and the legislation can be improved? These are all things that I would think every member of Parliament should take to heart.
Ministre.
Thank you very much, and I again want to thank my colleague for his important question. Madam Speaker, I think we have to recognize that important debate, yes, happens in this House, but important debate and work also happens at the committee level. And that's exactly where we're hoping that this work is going to go, because we want the committee members to look at this legislation really with a fine-tooth comb, because we want to have the best legislation possible. We recognize that the Official Languages Act has not been revised substantially over the past 30 years. So Canadians are expecting us to do a really good job, and their expectations are very high. What we saw this week in Parliament with respect to the Conservative Party just playing games was really disheartening. And I know that when my colleagues and people at home are watching this, they kind of wonder, what is going on here? Well, we hear bills that are ringing every 30 minutes, and the motion that we have to vote on is which Conservative speaker is going to speak next. People really kind of have to wonder, is that really what we're doing here in Ottawa? People really want to see the work and the debate being done in this way, being done constructively, and I certainly hope that we're going to have the cooperation of all members as we move forward with this really important piece of legislation. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire pour le ministre de la...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Madame la Présidente, j'apprécie l'occasion de vous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate having the opportunity to be able to speak on C-13. There is no doubt that as an Acadian from Nova Scotia who worked in education for 30 years, I saw for myself the challenges that we have to move the French language forward in our minority language communities. For 30 years and more, we have seen these weaknesses and we have to make changes. We've been trying to make improvements over the last 5 or 6 years, court challenges, working with the Translation Bureau, making sure that Supreme Court judges are bilingual. But this bill is a positive step. We need to enrich our current efforts. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Puis encore une fois, je tiens à remercier mon collègue.
Once again, I want to thank my colleague. It's true that he has worked in this field for decades, and I want to thank him. I appreciate the work he does at the Official Languages Caucus here in Ottawa. Positive measures is something that's very important in Bill C-13. When speaking to stakeholders, they wanted to see real improvements for the definition of positive measures compared to Bill C-32. That's exactly what we did. We have every intention of making sure that every comma from our former bill was examined closely. This bill will make a real difference for official language minority communities. We need to make sure that positive measures are well defined. That's an important component. Thank you.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Je pense qu'il faut qu'elle comprenne, la ministre.
Madam Speaker, the Minister needs to understand that on the Conservative side, we are sensitive to the issue and we want to work. If you go back to my speech during the first period of debate here in the House of Commons, where she gave the privilege to parliamentarians to speak, I said that the Conservative Party was extending its hand to the government to improve this bill. There's a step that has to be taken, but we also have to walk. Protecting French requires protection now. Unfortunately, in the bill that I am reading, there's nothing to stop the decline of the French language. And we have to improve this bill. And we need to allow parliamentarians to speak, because we will have suggestions to improve the bill in the interest of both official languages. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I think that we have the same goal, which is to improve the bill and to make sure that we protect and promote our official languages. Madam Speaker, this debate will continue at the committee level. That's exactly what we want to do. We want to make sure that there's a constructive debate with members of the committee, of the Official Languages Committee, to make sure that we end up with a better bill. As I said, for 30 years, we have not had a substantial review of official languages legislation, and we want to make sure that this discussion will continue. And we want to see this bill come back to the House of Commons.
L'honorable député de Rimouski, Négette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Madame...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like the Minister to explain something to me. How does bilingualism make French and English equal? That was the goal of the original Official Languages Act. How can the Minister explain that outside of Quebec, Anglophones are bilingual at a level of 6%, unlike in Quebec, where it seems to be the only place that's bilingual? Francophones are bilingual at a level of 40%. As Pierre Bougaud said, bilingualism is having us believe that the lion and the rabbit in the same cage are equal. Let me take a step back. If we look at C-32, our action plan, and Bill C-13, the common denominator is achieving real equality. That's why we have this bill, to make sure that we do our fair share we can indeed achieve real equality. It's not going to be done tomorrow, but we recognize that French is in decline. French is in decline in Canada, and that is why we're moving forward with a bill that is ambitious, because we certainly want to correct the situation.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Il y a une
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's an organization in my riding of London Fanshawe, Planet Solidarity.
pour les services en France.
This organization asks for French language services for children.
Je m'excuse, I've forgotten the word in French, but for children with autistic disabilities and issues with autism. And to provide those services for their parents and children in French. How would this bill help with the people that are fighting in that organization in my riding of Planet Solidarity?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup à ma collègue pour sa question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for her question. It's very important to ensure that we support organizations within our communities, especially official language communities in a minority situation. We want to contribute to the vitality of those communities. That's why we're going to make the necessary investments. Since our government has come to power, we've made historic investments into official languages. And our government will continue to do the work that is required. National consultations were held about developing the next action plan. The next action plan will help us to develop a roadmap for the next 5 years. And I'm looking forward to holding those consultations from coast to coast. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Secretary for the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It would appear that the Conservatives don't even know what we're debating right now. Based on the point of order that came earlier, the suggestion was we were debating Bill C-13. We're not. We're actually debating a motion to time allocate it because we have to, because it's the position that the Conservatives have put us in. The member from New Westminster Burnaby actually put it spot on why we're in the situation that we're in, because Conservatives are just putting up person after person for no reason other than to obstruct this Parliament. You saw that on Monday night, Madam Speaker, when they put up speaker after speaker on a bill that they supposedly support. Can the minister please explain to the House how she sees the difficulties coming from the other side?
If people have questions or comments, there are appropriate times. Not while somebody else is speaking. The Honourable Minister.
Much, Mrs. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, again, I think that we recognize that Bill C-13 is a really important piece of legislation. Yes, debate has happened in this House. This is the 4th day, but we want this debate to continue. There has been a lot of games that have been played over the past number of weeks, and we certainly don't want to see this bill stalled. Canadians are expecting us to take action when it comes to official languages, and people are watching this debate very closely. And that is why that we're moving forward with making sure that we finish the debate today in this House, but then from there that the committees will be able to do the important work that they have to do. And again, the committee's work is independent. They're going to be able to look at this bill and make the proper assessments of it. Thank you.
A very brief question. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. A brief question, 30 seconds.
Comment la ministre se sent aujourd'hui?
How does the Minister feel today when we debate here in the House Bill C-13 while government legislators are preparing a legal challenge against Francophones in British Columbia? The Honourable Minister, a brief response. Madam Speaker, as Minister of Official Languages, I'm very pleased to be able to present Bill C-13, and I hope that the debate will continue, and I hope that we will improve our bill. This is the 4th day of debate in the House. The Official Languages Committee will continue the work, and I'm looking forward to watching this debate closely. Thank you.
La question est la suivante. Madame Petitpas-Taylor, appuyée par Madame Gould, propose que relativement au projet de loi C-13, loi modifiant la loi sur les langues officielles, shall I dispense? If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, je demande...
Yes, Madam Speaker. I ask that the motion be passed on division. On division?
Call in the members. Oh, sorry, avec dissidence.
No. I would like...
Oh, a recorded division, the Honourable Member. Okay, call in the members. Oh. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Piscicott-Taylor, seconded by Ms. Brule, moved that with respect to C16.
Should I dispense?
Please.
Okay, so the 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Madame Petitpot-Taylor.
Madame Petitpot-Taylor.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh. Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before moving forward.
J'en ai un autre aussi, Monsieur Arsenault. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The honourable member for Blois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had technical difficulties. I'd like
sorry, Mr. Blois, your mic's not on. We can't hear you. Maybe
it thumbs up then.
Madame Tassi?
Madam Chair, I vote in favor. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chang?
Madam Chair, I vote in favor.
We already had you on the vote, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll double check that. And yes, there we go. Mr. Julian.
J'ai des problèmes techniques, Madame la Présidente. Alors,
I have technical problems, Madam Speaker. I'm voting yes.
Monsieur Arsenault? Oh, excuse. Monsieur Arsenault?
Juste m'assurer, Madame la Présidente.
I just wanted to make sure, Madam Speaker, that my vote was recorded as a yes.
Merci. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 168, 168. Nays contre 131, 131.
I declare the motion carried. I have a point of order. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been consultations among the parties, and I hope that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House now do proceed to statements by members followed by oral questions, and that the usual allotment of time be afforded for each rubric. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Carried. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From my beautiful riding of St. John's East, 336 kilometres of magnificent hiking trails await the East Coast Trail. Made up of 25 hiking paths, you'll see towering cliffs and headlands, sea stacks, fjords, and a natural wave-driven geyser. There's also seabird colonies, whales, icebergs, historic sites, and a 50-meter suspension bridge. There's no better way to see the natural beauty and cultural heritage of Newfoundland and Labrador's eastern edge than the East Coast Trail. Since 1994, the East Coast Trail Association have worked to reopen trails that have linked communities for generations. I'm pleased to share that an additional 52 kilometres of trails and 3 paths from Topsail Beach to Cape St. Francis has now been opened. The Trailraiser community hike will be in full force on June 4th, and I invite everyone to come home to the East Coast Trail. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, this week is Naturopathic Medicine Week. As a chiropractor myself, I understand and have seen firsthand what Canada's incredible naturopathic doctors do. Canada's naturopathic doctors are primary care providers and experts in natural medicine. Naturopathic medicine blends the healing power of nature with modern scientific knowledge to offer a new perspective on safe and effective ways to restore health. Focusing on health promotion and disease prevention, NDs work with patients to identify the root causes of disease and to identify all the factors that are affecting their health. Addressing a variety of health concerns, including acute and chronic conditions, naturopathic medicine can ease symptoms and help to reduce the use of prescription medications while making it a valuable complement to conventional treatments. Especially as we emerge from the COVID-19 virus, I'm asking all members of this House to join me in thanking our naturopathic doctors for all they've been doing to help patients in their communities across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge a dedicated physician, Dr. Joseph Lowen, who recently announced his upcoming retirement. I've known Dr. Lowen and his family for a long time through his involvement in our community and at his church, San Antonio's. During his 33 years as a urologist in Halifax, his work has had an immeasurable impact on his patients and their families across Atlantic Canada. Throughout his career, he has performed over 2,000 kidney transplants, more than any other transplant surgeon at the QE2. He's been a true pioneer, constantly developing his expertise in what is a very complex surgical procedure. Though he intended to retire in 2019, Dr. Lowen stayed on another 3 years to mentor his successor. He's also trained over 50 fellows, hundreds of residents, and many more medical students, and inspired his oldest son, Tariq, to follow in his footsteps. I ask all members to join me in thanking Dr. Lowen for his remarkable career and service.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of young women in my riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam, who have expressed to me sincere concern regarding the Supreme Court of Canada ruling on self-induced intoxication in cases of violent crimes. Youth-led nonprofit Bolt Safety Society wrote me stating, "The court decision threatens Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights, which affirms everyone the right to life, liberty, and security. In no manner does defending perpetrators for their conscious choice of self-intoxication guarantee Canadians this right, and this bolsters a dangerous narrative in a justice system that is built upon precedents." In Canada, there are 5 million survivors of sexual assault. With this ruling, figures are set to boom, putting more women, girls, and LGBTQ plus Canadians at risk, as overwhelmingly the defendants are men and the victims are women. The gaps in this law relating to self-induced intoxication need to be amended immediately.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pallon. Madam Speaker, more than 3,300 young athletes from across Quebec will be participating in Laval in the 55th Quebec Games from July 22nd to the 30th. These games are a great opportunity to celebrate sport and sportsmanship. It's a gathering of young people from all regions of Quebec who practice their passion, show their talents, and bond with their peers. This is an unforgettable experience, and these athletes will be an inspiration to our young Laval residents who, thanks to their discipline and perseverance, are an example for all. It's our honor to host such an event in our city, so let's play together. And to the people of Laval, please come out in great numbers to encourage our athletes. And to the athletes, I say nothing is impossible with hope and hard work. Games on Laval. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Eagle Creek, I'm sorry, your mic's not on, so the video didn't even click on, but we've got you on video now. And so if she can try her mic again, and if not, we'll go to the next person until we can have this resolved. The only member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Yeah.
No, I'm not getting it, so I'll go to the honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, and we'll get back to the honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's paddling and rowing season in Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. Folks from all walks of life are getting their canoes and their kayaks out and heading out onto the incredible lakes and waterways. There's a reason, Madam Speaker, why Dartmouth is called the City of Lakes. We are home to the world's very best competition course, historic Lake Banook. In fact, this beautiful lake will host incredible competitions this year like Canoe 22, ICF Canoe Sprint, and Para-Canoe World Championships. You see, Madam Speaker, in Dartmouth, folks don't ask you if you paddle, they ask you where you paddle. From Abenaki to Sonobe, North Star to Banook, and of course my home club, Micmac. We have incredible aquatic clubs that inspire kids to enjoy sport and to even become Olympic athletes. Dartmouth Cole Harbour, here's to a safe and incredible 2022 paddling and rowing season. Thank you.
Okay, we'll try to go back to the honourable member of Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
The irrational stubbornness of this government when it comes to vaccine mandates is frustrating to a broad range of Canadians. Whether it is federal public sector unions, the tourism and travel industry, military and RCMP members, or Canadians who just want to travel, they want this government to end the mandates. Continuing to impose mandates is causing stress and hardship. Businesses are hurt as interprovincial and international travel is more difficult. One example is Jason, a farmer in my riding, who is at risk of losing hundreds of thousands of dollars due to the uncertainty of international travel. Whether impacted financially or not by the federal mandates, all Canadians are negatively impacted by the divisiveness of this Prime Minister. Regardless of vaccination status, they feel like the government has created two classes of citizens. This has to stop. Canada needs to join the rest of the world and get back to normal.
Honourable member of Canada Carleton.
Madam Speaker, I am deeply proud of the deep telecom history and innovation in my riding of Canada Carleton. The decision to prohibit Huawei and ZTE from accessing and developing within Canada's 5G networks is the right decision. 5G is a critical piece of Canada's digital infrastructure. As 5G technology becomes more prevalent, our government must be stringent about which trusted partners have access to our highly integrated technological realm. Prohibiting foreign firms like Huawei and ZTE from accessing our network will reinforce the confidence and integrity of our telecommunications industry. It will invite continued partnership and development from trusted firms. I look forward to the forthcoming legislative framework to codify Canada's commitment and protect our telecommunications industry from exploitation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May 18th was Milivaikal Remembrance Day. This year marks the 13th anniversary of the genocide, where tens of thousands of lives were tragically lost near the end of the Sri Lankan Civil War. The Tamil diaspora in Canada has a rich history and is deeply connected to our communities all across this country. Many of them came to Canada because of the Civil War to start a new life in safety, free from persecution and violence. On May 18th, we remember the pain, the loss, and brutality faced by Tamil Canadians and Tamils. We remember all those that disappeared and were murdered. As we observe Milivaikal Remembrance Day, we must commit ourselves to stand with all Tamil people in the search for truth and justice. We join in the desire to create a more just world, free from this inhumane and shameful violence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Yesterday and today, Cape Breton University hosted their spring convocation ceremonies celebrating the class of 2022. As a CBU graduate myself, I welcome the new class to the Cape Breton University alumni family, and I have no doubt this is just the beginning of a long road of success, happiness, and well-being for each of them. On behalf of all members in the House, I'd like to extend a congratulations to the graduating class on achieving a huge milestone today. Each graduate has shown immense resilience through this chapter while navigating the new world of online learning and doing all of that with a global pandemic. Also, Madam Speaker, I'd like to extend a special congratulations to two members of my team, Natasha Kocher, graduating with her MBA, and Madeline O'Brien, graduating with her Bachelor of Arts in Political Science. Both Madeline and Natasha have committed to finishing their degrees while working exceptionally hard for the people of Cape Breton Council. Thanks to them, and thanks to the graduating class.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Madam Speaker, it's never a good thing when the government turns a blind eye to violence, especially if it's politically motivated. The character of a nation is at greater risk if there's any perception of a double standard based on political bias and interests. Canadians do not want to go down that dangerous path. On February 17th, we saw a vicious attack on the Coastal GasLink work camp in British Columbia. A mob of masked attackers carried torches, flare guns, and wielded axes, causing millions of dollars in damage. There are reports of ongoing damage to vehicles and private property linked to executives of the bank that are funding the project. Destroying property can all too easily spread to harming human life as well, and it inspires similar crimes. Despite a lot of talk about an investigation by over 40 RCMP, we see no action from this government. Nothing like we saw in their reaction against bouncy castles and hot tubs here in Ottawa. But with their so-called emergency out of the way, it's time for the Liberals to get serious and deal with real crime and violence.
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, virtual parliament was meant to be a temporary measure to deal with a worldwide pandemic. But its effect is that it reduces accountability of government. And that is fine with the current Prime Minister and his cabal. It should not be fine with Canadians. As workers across the country are back at work, isn't it a little rich for the government to insist that it isn't safe to do our work in person? We are no more special than the rest of Canadians. Trying to represent our constituents from the comfort of our homes just doesn't cut it. Continuing with a hybrid parliament diminishes this institution. Conservatives believe it is time to get democracy working again. The Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government have demonstrated repeatedly that they are willing to do anything to avoid the oversight of Parliament. Virtual sittings reduce accountability and transparency in our democratic parliamentary system. We've seen it clearly in question period, where answers to serious questions are obfuscated at best. This needs to end now. Bring back a real democratic parliament to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charlemagne. Madam Speaker, recently, the Longueuil Agglomeration Fire Department and Safety was awarded the Special COVID-19 Prize at the 2022 Municipal Ovation Awards, presented by the Union des Municipalités du Québec. The fire department was honored for its support in coordinating municipal civil security organizations in the face of COVID-19. As soon as the pandemic began, the department set up regional governance and held coordination meetings to promote decision-making, consultation, and harmonization of measures in Longueuil.
During this unprecedented time, benefited all citizens of the agglomeration. Je tiens à féliciter le service.
I would like to congratulate the Longueuil Agglomeration Fire and Safety Department, its director, Mr. Jean Melançon, and all its members for this great recognition, and especially I'd like to thank each and every one of them on behalf of the population of Longueuil-Charlemagne.
East, imagine going to school hungry. You're having a hard time concentrating. The sound of your teacher's voice is a dull rumble in your stomach. You're feeling tired and you barely have the energy to lift your pencil. That's the reality for nearly 2 million children in Canada. That's right here at home, 1 in 3 children are at risk of going to school hungry. Canada is the only G7 nation without a national school food program. The UNICEF ranked Canada 37 out of 41 industrialized countries for food security among children. Canada is a wealthy nation, yet our children are going hungry every day. We can change all of that. I'm calling on the Liberal government to adopt the NDP private members' bill and develop a national school food program. All children deserve a chance to succeed.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, tomorrow, the death of former Bloc Québécois MP Christian Ouellet will be celebrated in Bromont. He was first elected for the riding of Brome-Missisquoi in 2006 at the age of 72, and then re-elected in 2008 until he decided to retire in 2011. His love for Quebec has always guided his choices and his commitment. He was my political mentor. First an architect, he specialized in green architecture and was even named Fellow of the Royal Architecture Institute of Canada for his green buildings. He has been a formidable and knowledgeable deputy critic for the environment and natural resources. Close to his constituents, Mr. Ouellet cared about his fellow man, and this made him a sensitive spokesperson for social housing and homelessness. He was curious, open to the world, and often he taught me that the most important thing, once elected, you have to be everyone's MP. To his wife, Estelle, his family, and his loved ones, the Bloc joins me in wishing them our most sincere condolences.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Queen Elizabeth's reign over the Commonwealth and to celebrate, in the absence of any formal federal recognition with a Platinum Jubilee medal, I'll be awarding 70 specially designed Platinum Jubilee commemorative medallions to volunteers in Barrie Innisfil who've gone above and beyond to selflessly help the residents and communities of Barrie and Innisfil. Over the past month since we put out the call for nominations, my office has received amazing stories of these volunteers, and I'm not the least surprised by it, Madam Speaker. I encourage residents to nominate a deserving volunteer by visiting my website, johnbroussard.com. Over the summer, I'll personally deliver these special medallions to these special volunteers. And as we head into the first long weekend of the summer, I want to wish everyone a safe and restful weekend. Happy Victoria Day to all members of this House and every resident of Barrie Innisfil. God save the Queen, and long may she reign.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Madam Speaker, Jimmy Kwong came to the Yukon literally to build bridges. A practice-trained engineer, James moved up from Vancouver in 1942 to design bridges for the Alaska Highway that connected Dawson Creek, BC to Fairbanks, Alaska in an astounding 8 months. 134 beloved bridges later, Jimmy Kwong's legacy expands from the Dempster Highway to Nesutlan Bay to the Marsh Lake Bridge and the magnificent Skagway Road connecting Carcross to Alaska. Jimmy brought his keen eye for detail to photography, illuminating scenes of the Yukon from the 40s onward, roads and bridges, paddle wheelers, buildings, and the people of his time. His meticulous photographs now tell the Yukon story in museums and archives around the territory. When I first arrived in the Yukon in a frigid January of 1995, one of the first to welcome me was Dr. Ken Kwong, Jimmy's son, now a respected medical leader and a skilled photographer in his own right. As we commemorate Asian Heritage Month, I salute the life of Jimmy Kwong, whose bridges and photographs and family form part of the Yukon's vital fabric.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister plays dangerous games when he describes anyone who doesn't agree with his dangerous policies as racist. Even some of his most loyal MPs have had enough of his half-baked ideas because they're having a harder time explaining them in their own writings. He calls us racist because we know just how bad Bill C-5 really is. If it passes, it'll reduce the number of incarcerations in federal penitentiaries by freeing dangerous offenders into our communities. I suppose he would also qualify Pierre Brochet, the chief of police for Laval, as a racist, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Those who commit serious offences will continue to receive serious sentences.
Commit serious offences will continue to receive serious sentences. Our bill is about getting rid of the failed policies of the Conservative government that have filled our prisons with low-risk, first-time offenders who needed help, not to be put in jail. These failed policies did not deter crime, did not keep us safe. They target the vulnerable and racialized Canadians, Madam Speaker.
Charlebourg, Saint-Charles.
Madame la Présidente, lorsque le Premier ministre nous traite de racisme.
Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister calls us racist because we oppose this dangerous bill, doesn't he realize that on the basis of this standard, he's accusing members of his own caucus of the same thing? C-5 is just a public relations exercise designed to reduce incarceration rates and freeing violent criminals who would otherwise be behind bars. Because he likes to brag about having the support of Canadians, is he aware that Stéphane Wall of the Community of Citizens in Action Against Gun Violence said that Bill C-5 is in perfect dichotomy with the social context of gun violence? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Justice.
Speaker, let me repeat. Those who commit serious offences will continue to receive serious sentences. Our government is committed to our criminal justice system reform. It's a promise that we made to Canadians, and we intend to keep it. This is about criminal justice policy that actually keeps our communities safe. A justice system that targets unfairly Indigenous peoples, Black and marginalized communities is not effective, does not keep us safe, and must be changed, Madam Speaker.
Good job.
Madame la Présidente, je cite. Madam Speaker, what does Bill C-5 do to protect our youth and discourage them from going down this path? It does nothing to discourage them. On the contrary, by abolishing certain mandatory minimum penalties, this is just reinforcing impunity for this type of act. And who said that? Annie Sampson. She's a former strategic advisor to municipal affairs and political analyst for Radio-Canada. Is the Prime Minister claiming that the Chief of Police for Laval, the Community Citizens in Action Against Gun Violence, and now Ms. Annie Sanson are racists? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Un système de justice qui cible les peuples autochtones.
If the justice system targets marginalized people, Black people, and Indigenous people, the situation needs to change.
Testimony of the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers, the Federation of Association of Asian Canadian Lawyers, the South Asian Bar Association, as well as many legal experts have come forward and supported this bill, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
We've recently seen the Supreme Court interpret current law as allowing extreme intoxication as a valid defense against violent crimes. This is an urgent message that the legislation we pass here in this House must be absolutely clear. Yet this government is insisting on trying to weaken our justice system by allowing judges to sentence offenders to house arrest for violent crimes. So why is this government allowing drug traffickers and those guilty of firearms offenses to go virtually unpunished?
Oh, wow. Thank you, Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I want to be very, very clear here, and I've repeated this before. Those who commit serious offenses will continue to receive serious sentences. Our bill is about getting rid of the failed policies of the Conservative Party, policies that have filled our prisons with low-risk, first-time offenders who needed help not to be put on jail. These failed policies did not deter crime, did not keep us safe. They target the most vulnerable and racialized Canadians.
Exactly. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, this government can try to deny it all that they want. Organizations like Mad Canada and women's shelters know the truth. With Bill C-5, the court may order that the offender serve the sentence as house arrest for offenses such as sexual assault and harassment. This means many women will be stuck in their community with their offender. You know, the Prime Minister claims he's a feminist, but his legislation is causing harm to women. If he's really a feminist, why would he do that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, this is about criminal justice policy that actually keeps our communities safe. I want to invite the member opposite to listen to the very profound testimony of the President of the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers, the Federation of Associations of Asian Canadian Lawyers, as well as the South Asian Bar Association. They speak to the desperate impact of our current criminal justice system on racialized and Indigenous people, and I really reject the premise of the question that posed by the opposite.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente, pendant que Québec est en...
Madam Speaker, while Quebec is in the throes of its debate on Bill 96, Ottawa is trying to get around one of its main measures. With C-13, Ottawa's preventing Quebec from applying the Charter of the French language to businesses under federal jurisdiction. Well, we need to protect French in Quebec. Ottawa's protecting English at work. The Liberals are in a hurry. They just imposed time allocation on Bill C-13 to debate it as little as possible. Are they worried that the people of Quebec are going to mobilize against this bill that does not protect the right language in Quebec? The Minister of Official Languages. I want to thank my colleague. Our government is firmly committed to protecting and promoting French throughout the entire country, including Quebec. And we are firmly committed to supporting official language minority communities. That's why we have an ambitious bill that has more teeth to ensure that we can improve the situation of bilingualism in Canada. I hope that everyone will help us pass this bill. Thank you.
Saint-Jean.
Quand elle parle de mordant, la ministre omet de mentionner.
When she talks about teeth, she forgot something important. Bill C-13 allows businesses to adhere voluntarily to the Charter of the French language. And she knows full well the difference between voluntary and mandatory. If Bill C-13 passes, Bill 96 will apply only to businesses if they feel like it. It's difficult to believe that this hasn't been arranged in the back room when we know the position of many Liberals when it comes to protecting French. The reality is that in Quebec, French is what needs protection. Does the minister understand that it's anglicization of places of work that she's protecting with Bill C-13? The Honourable Minister. The position of Liberals on French is clear. It needs to be protected and promoted and cherished. It's a magnificent language that we're all going to defend. What I'm worried about is the radicalization of the bloc that says that Liberal members in Quebec are just Canadians. So you've got members for the Bloc Québécois and Canadians. There are Liberal MPs in Quebec who speak to Quebecers who are just as Québécois as them. The honourable member will need to adjust his microphone because we're hearing a lot of pops. It's too close to your mouth. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. On the ground, there is a great deal of anger. People are frustrated and worried, sometimes even in despair, because the federal government is unable to deal with their own files. There's horror stories, whether it be in immigration, for passports, for visas, for EI. The government seems unable to deal with things in a reasonable time frame, and it causes disastrous consequences for people's lives. When will the Liberals invest the necessary resources to respond quickly to the population's needs? The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente, et j'aimerais remercier mon collègue pour son...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We understand Canadians' frustrations right now. We are responding to the unprecedented levels of requests we've received for passports. We're in a transition period. We're coming out of, or we hope coming out of, the pandemic. We're mobilizing the resources necessary to meet this level of demand, and we're hoping to keep those measures in place. Thank you.
For Windsor West.
Madam Speaker, the delay on the Huawei decision compromised our intelligence sharing with allies and compromised competitiveness of our domestic telecoms industry. Canadians deserve a real answer about why their national security and privacy was put at risk. It took 3 years to announce a ban, and Huawei is still operating in Canada. The government wasted precious time, and now they ask us to wait even longer for legislation that will finally protect Canadians and close this embarrassing chapter for our country. Why is this government failing to prioritize the national security and privacy of Canadians?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question and giving me the opportunity to come back to the announcement we did yesterday. Madam Speaker, this has never been about a race. This is about national security. What we've announced yesterday is our intention in order to exclude equipment and services from Huawei and ZTE from the 5G telecommunication network in Canada, Madam Speaker. This is in the best interest of Canadians. This is protecting our national security, and this will ensure the resilience of our telecom sector for generations to come, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Across Canada, residents depend on police, fire, and EMS services. These services, funded by tax dollars, are facing high gas and diesel prices to fuel their vehicles that are on the roads in every community 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The cost of fuel is in many cases blowing past emergency service budgets. Taxpayers in these communities can't afford additional increases in their property taxes to pay for these added costs. Why won't the Liberals scrap the carbon tax or lower the GST on fuel to not just help Canadian families who are suffering from high gas prices, but also for the emergency services as well?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. And Madam Speaker, Conservative politicians are making a lot of misleading claims about the price on pollution. The facts are, and here are the facts, Madam Speaker, 70% of the gas price increase is due to crude oil prices going up, largely because of Russia's illegal war in Ukraine, and another 25% of the price is the result of provincial taxes and refining margins. That's 95%, Madam Speaker. And as the honourable member will know, 8 out of 10 families get more back in the climate incentive than they pay at the pump.
The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
More misinformation from this government who refuses to deal with the issue of gas taxes. Volunteer fire stations in Nova Scotia are feeling the burn of your bad policies. The Chester Fire Department, in my riding, thanks to skyrocketing diesel costs, has doubled its fuel budget. Higher gas means reduced spending on training and vital equipment to keep our communities safe. The Liberals are forcing our volunteer fire services to pick between fueling their trucks and purchasing life-saving equipment. Will this government cut its excessive gas taxes to help our fire departments survive?
Secretary, l'honorable ministre.
Madam Speaker, firstly, there's absolutely no guarantee that these companies will pass on any savings to actual Canadian consumers if we do what the Conservatives propose. And secondly, on this side of the House, we do believe that climate change is real, Madam Speaker, and we know that we need to act now in order to ensure that we don't pay huge amounts in order to meet the climate change catastrophe that is at our doorstep, Madam Speaker.
For Essex.
Madam Speaker, volunteer firefighters across Canada are called away from anniversaries, birthday parties, their job and family Christmas dinner to respond to emergencies and save people's lives. They do this proudly. We thank them for their sacrifice. Unfortunately, retention for these firefighters is very low for municipalities because the cost and burden is so high. Will the government respond to their emergency and give them gas tax relief for municipal budgets?
Madam Speaker, I'm actually quite surprised that we're receiving any questions related to the economy after a week in which the Conservatives fired their finance critic and seem to have forgotten to hire a new one. And why did they fire him, Madam Speaker? Well, it's because he thought that it was a bad idea for the Conservatives to impugn the reputation and the independence of the Bank of Canada. Perhaps he also thought it was a bad idea to outsource our monetary policy to Bitcoin. Madam Speaker, if the Conservatives would like to see real economic policy that will put money back into the pockets of Canadians, they have only to open their copy of the budget.
For Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Page 6 of the Liberal platform promised to develop a safe long-term care act to ensure that seniors are guaranteed the care that they deserve, no matter where they live. Madam Speaker, it's been 7.5 months. Where is it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I find it so ironic when Conservatives stand up in this House and pretend to support seniors. Mr. Speaker, since 2016 they have voted against nearly every single measure that our government has proposed for seniors. Just give you a few examples. GIS top-up benefit of $947 annually for the most vulnerable single seniors. The majority, Madam Speaker, of which are women, voted against.
Sorry. Order. It's very hard for individuals in the galleries and individuals who are listening on TV or on radio to hear what's going on when there's so much noise going on. So I would ask members to hold on to their thoughts until it's their turn to ask a question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can end.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And if you want more, enhancing the CPP by 50% for future retirees, Conservative Party voted against it.
Shame.
Oh, shame.
Madam Speaker, seniors know who's been there for them, and it is not the Conservative Party of Canada.
No.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Madam Speaker, clearly this member hasn't read page 6 of his platform. That's right. But I have. Yeah. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown that Canada has failed its seniors, especially those in our long-term care facilities. The conditions that many seniors find themselves in is deplorable. Madam Speaker, what steps is this government taking to address the appalling conditions in our long-term care facilities?
Parliamentary
Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to highlight the challenges of long-term care, including gaps in infection prevention and staffing. I personally have seen these challenges, and our government has made significant investments, including $4 billion to help provinces and territories improve the standard of care in those facilities, $41.9 billion in cash support to provinces and territories through the Canada Health Transfer. Madam Speaker, we will keep working with the provinces and territories so that we can fight COVID-19 together.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, deficits, monetary expansion, and consumer taxes like the carbon tax all drive up inflation, and nowhere is this more obvious than in Canada's housing market, where the price of housing went through the roof at a time of massive job loss and shrinking GDP during the pandemic. The government's response has been to pat itself on the back while a generation of Canadians give up on home ownership. When will this government get serious about reducing inflation, especially in housing?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we know that we need to increase housing supply in this country to give more Canadians the opportunity at home ownership. We also know that we need to help first-time home buyers with a tax-free savings account so that they can buy their first home. We also have banned foreign ownership of Canadian residential real estate to free up more homes for Canadian first-time home buyers. And in all those measures, and even more investments in affordable housing, they oppose those measures. So they can stand up here and talk about housing all they want, but when it comes to actually doing something about it, they have no ideas and they vote against it all the time.
Madame la Présidente, c'est la journée mondiale.
Madam Speaker, it's World Bee Day today, but there's nothing to celebrate. Our bees are dying in Quebec. The rate of mortality is 60%. Imagine an average of 60% mortality. Bees play an essential role in pollination. Crop yields depend on it. On Wednesday, producers raised the alarm and they are requesting urgent assistance. No farm production can survive alone to such a catastrophe. Will the government help them quickly? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand the concerns of my colleague, and I can assure him that we're working closely with industry. This is a particularly difficult year because of illnesses and climate change. That's why we're working with the Border Services Agency to find sources in order to increase our bee supply. We want to do this safely, and we will work with them. Thank you. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, we also need to find long-term solutions to bee mortality. That's why I submitted a notice of motion to the Standing Committee of Agriculture and Agri-Food to find solutions. But now, right now, there are producers who are on the edge of despair and businesses that are on the edge of bankruptcy. It's urgent. They announced this Wednesday. The pollination of blueberries, cranberries, and other crops is being compromised by this catastrophe. We need to act and quickly. What will the minister do? The Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I want to reassure my colleague that we understand the importance of the situation. We're working short-term to try and get enough bees for the season, and we are also working in research and innovation, and we will find solutions for the short and long term.
Aldergrove. Madam Speaker, the whole world is starting to see the COVID-19 pandemic in the rearview mirror. Governments around the world are starting to ease up on gathering and traveling restrictions, and Canadian travelers are certainly back in full force. Too bad their government isn't. Look at the long lineups at airports and passport offices. Madam Speaker, when will this government start following the science that the rest of the world is following and allow Canadians to get back to normal?
The Honourable Minister.
I believe it's me, Madam Speaker. We know Canadians are tired, Madam Speaker, but ignoring COVID-19 will not make it go away. Currently, we understand how frustrating it is for Canadians to experience long lines and delays at airports. The Canadians can rest assured that we are working to resolve this issue as quickly as possible, and we have hired approximately 400 new screening officers that are currently in different phases of their training across the country, and we continue to ask that Canadians remain patient as we work hard with CATSA and the air sector to find a solution.
Yellowhead.
Too bad that answer isn't actually helping Canadians. Madam Speaker, last week I questioned the minister about Kristen from Hinton, who after waiting over 2 months ended up having to pay express service to get her 3 sons' passports. The minister replied, if a person submits all required passport documents and Service Canada is outside its service standards, the client should not be paying extra fees. Madam Speaker, will the minister confirm that Kristen and others who paid extra fees will receive a refund and no Canadian will pay extra fees due to this minister's incompetence?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said last week, that is in fact correct, that no Canadian should be paying extra fees if, in fact, they have submitted all the correct documents and everything is in order with their application, and their application is not processed within the processing times. So if, in fact, that is the case, there is a refund process, and I'd be happy to follow up with the member opposite to share with him how he can share that with his constituents, but it's also available on the Government of Canada's website. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the world is getting back to normal, these Liberals are bent on keeping Canadians from returning to work. Their punitive mandates and virtue signaling are in fact imposing poverty upon some of its citizens. This includes at least 4 women in East Central Alberta who work for FCC and Canada Post. When will these Liberals allow these women and all the Canadians they fired to get back to work like before the pandemic?
L'honorable ministre.
Madam Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we made a commitment to Canadians to keep them healthy and safe during this pandemic. We have put in place measures to do so, to protect workers and communities. And, Madam Speaker, federal public servants stepped up. They got vaccinated, fully vaccinated, up to 99%. And this shows that we know we need to continue to make sure that public servants and Canadians are safe. We are committed to review the current policy, and we will come back with a decision.
In this place, we see the Liberals play COVID theatre with their masks, only to remove them as soon as they leave the parliamentary precinct at bars, restaurants, and receptions. This as they insist on continuing never-ending mandates and restrictions. When will the Liberals stop their hypocritical theatre and end the mandates?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's very, very troubling to see members on the opposite side deny the existence of a pandemic that is still stealing the lives of so many of our neighbours. Just in the last 3 weeks, over 1,000 Canadians have died from COVID-19, and masks help, and vaccinations help. And time again, we're hearing from the Conservatives that they want to get back to normal, and I want this pandemic to be over too. Every Canadian wants this pandemic to be over, but just wishing it so does not make that happen. We must continue to be vigilant, wear our masks, and encourage vaccination. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Again, it's getting exceptionally loud in here, and I'm having a hard time hearing the answer, and I'm sure that if the official opposition and the government is going back and forth, I'm sure they're not hearing the answer as well. So I would say that members can please tone it down. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, people across the country are dying from the toxic drug supply. Instead of receiving help, they're being punished. A recent media report found that Black and Indigenous people continue to be disproportionately arrested on drug possession charges. This echoes what Health Canada's expert task force on substance use told the government over a year ago. That decriminalization will help Canadians get the help they need. The war on drugs doesn't reduce harm or help people. Will the government finally address the root causes of substance use by treating it truly as a health issue rather than a criminal issue?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, and I thank my colleague for his question. Our government recognizes that problematic substance use is a health issue, and we are working to divert people who use drugs away from the criminal justice system and towards supportive and trusted relationship in health and social services. With the budget 2022 investment of an additional $100 million, we have now committed over $800 million to support community-led harm reduction treatment and prevention projects since 2015.
I remember for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, last week, all members in this House agreed to put in place without delay a Canada Disability Benefit. I thank the members for restoring hope to Canadians with disabilities. But hope is not enough. We must deliver action. It's been a year since the Liberals tabled a Canada Disability Benefit and let it fall. We cannot fail the disability community again. Will the government respect the will of this House and table the Canada Disability Benefit immediately?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for the excellent question. You know, since 2015, we have taken historic steps towards building a barrier-free Canada, In addition to the $112 million from Budget 2021, with Budget 22, we are investing nearly $300 million in disability inclusion, including an employment strategy for persons with disabilities. Moving forward, we are absolutely committed to implementing the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which will establish a robust employment strategy and enhance eligibility for government disability programs and benefits. And that includes, Madam Speaker, introducing the Canada Disability Benefit Act to address poverty among Canadians with disabilities. We all benefit when everyone...
Sudbury?
Comme nous le savons tous, notre secteur...
Mr. Speaker, as we all know, over the past 2 years, our tourism industry has been hit hard by the pandemic with public health orders and border closures. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance tell us how the government is supporting this industry, which remains a key economic driver and job creator, especially for young Canadians and rural communities? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Sudbury for her question and for her hard work. I'm absolutely delighted to announce that we've just launched consultations to develop the renewed federal tourism growth strategy. We will be working with provincial, territorial, and municipal governments and our Indigenous partners to develop this strategy to promote economic growth and stability. Together, we will rebuild our industry and encourage people to visit Canada and enjoy our beautiful landscapes.
Announced Ukrainians who come to Canada would be given temporary housing assistance and short-term income supports. Last week, Alexei, a Ukrainian, landed in Toronto and was greeted by the Red Cross. Unfortunately, there was no short-term housing or income supports because the program actually hasn't even launched yet. The announcement was made on April 9th. Today is May the 20th. Will the government keep its word and provide Ukrainians with the announced supports, or is this just another broken Liberal promise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much.
Speaker, and thanks to the member for his great advocacy. We both sit on the Committee of Immigration, and I know how passionate and certainly involved he is. What the member is referring, Madam Speaker, and I have to say, we have welcomed over 32,000 Ukrainians in Canada, and certainly our commitment continues to be in helping Ukraine as they come to Canada, and we will continue to support. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, that just last week we will be welcoming next week a charter flight here in Winnipeg.
The Calgary Forest Lawn.
So another broken promise, it looks like. Anna recently gave birth to their third daughter, Sophie, in a bomb shelter in Ukraine. Anna and her daughters had to leave their husband and father behind and escape to safety. They were forced to wait in Turkey because of impossible demands by IRCC, including demanding a birth certificate for Sophie, who was born in a bomb shelter. This is ridiculous. Will the Liberals finally accept that their policies aren't working at all and implement visa-free travel for Ukrainians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I must say, and again, to the member opposite, individual case, I would certainly appreciate to have this conversation with him. As we always want to make sure, as the member well known, there's numerous measures that we have put in place to ensure that individuals can come to Canada. And as I mention all the time, we will continue to be there to welcome as many people as Ukrainian as possible in Canada. Merci, Madame.
For Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, Immigration Canada's annual fees report notes that just 19% of passports were processed within the required timelines. And this audit was well before the current surge and delays. Yet at the same time, 88% of executives at Immigration Canada received hefty performance bonuses. Does the minister believe failing Canadians applying for passports 81% of the time warrants performance bonuses?
The Honourable Minister.
Said, we recognize that Canadians are experiencing frustration right now with the incredible surge in demand when it comes to passports. We are experiencing unprecedented demand, the likes of which we haven't seen since 2006, because over the past 2 years, Canadians followed public health advice. They stayed home. They did their part to keep themselves and their loved ones safe. We are working around the clock at Service Canada evenings, weekends. We've added over 600 additional staff at this point to ensure that we can meet those processing times in a timely manner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I remember Edmonton West.
This government was failing 81% of the times before the current surge. Now, the Service Fees Act requires government to develop service standards for government services that charge fees, such as for passports. It also requires the government to refund such fees if such standards are not met under the Director on Charge and Special Financial Authorities Act. The government has not been meeting their standards for passport application services, as we know, for well over 80%. Therefore, is the government refunding these Canadians as is required under law?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, for in-person passport services, we're meeting standards about 98% of the time within 10 days. It's the mail-in option in which there are experiencing delays, and we continue to work around the clock. Previous to the pandemic, the majority of passports were processed in person as opposed to the mail-in option. This has now shifted, and so we are adjusting and shifting resources as necessary, but we will continue to examine and do everything we can to make sure that we're delivering these services in a timely manner for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The budget bill gets it wrong when it comes to the luxury tax. Instead of taxing billionaires who buy private jets, the government's taxing our aerospace industry and putting it at a competitive disadvantage to foreign competitors. Everyone in the industry agrees on that. The government is trying to push C-19 through as quickly as possible, but there's no indication they're trying anywhere near as hard to fix the problems with their luxury tax. Will the government commit to fixing C-19 so it stops undermining Quebec and its industrial flagship? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We know that the aerospace industry is of crucial importance to Quebec and, by that very fact, to all of Canada. Those who are exporting jets are entitled to a refund of that tax. This is a measure to ensure that everyone pays their fair part without any adverse consequences for our manufacturers. The Honourable Member for Joliette. That's not true at all. We've been working on this for months. There's been no communication. It takes 6 months to get a tax refund of hundreds of millions. Not often do management and the unions pull in the same direction, but that's what happened yesterday at the Finance Committee. The aerospace industry and workers came together with one voice and said, all it needs is a few fixes and the luxury tax will be fine. Otherwise, it misses the mark and does damage to our companies. The government may well have bought themselves a majority by cutting a deal with the NDP, but they're all alone on this one. Will they make changes to C-19? Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague again. I know he's working hard on our Finance Committee on this issue. And Madam Speaker, I can assure my colleague that we're working very closely with the industry, but we are taking steps to ensure everyone pays their fair share. And the 1% of the wealthiest, we want to make sure they pay luxury taxes on luxury vehicles and jets. And that's an important commitment we've made. And I will work with my colleague to make sure that the manufacturers don't end up footing the bill.
Carbon capture tax credit included in this year's budget was not included in the Budget Implementation Act. Why not?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I agree with the honourable member that carbon capture and storage is going to be critical to reach our 2030 as well as our 2050 goals. We need to use every tool in the toolbox, as our Minister of Environment and Natural Resources has said. This incentive is, again, a critical tool to reduce our emissions, and this is an important technology to share with the world, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lots of tools in that box, I should say. But carbon capture is widely viewed by all scientific input as the nearest term solution to decarbonizing our energy needs. There is no path to environmental goals without it. It's been over a year since the government rejected my tax credit on carbon capture because it needed to consult. After all that time, it was announced in this year's budget, yet still no action. So if the minister believes the climate crisis is the biggest challenge the world faces, why is he so slow in advancing the most obvious solution?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question, and I hope he's had a very deep dive in our emissions reduction plan, which is a very ambitious sector-by-sector pathway to reach our 2030 emissions. And, Madam Speaker, carbon capture and utilization and storage is going to play a very, very important role in that. But not only that, in the ERP, Madam Speaker, we've got incentives for infrastructure and support for electric vehicles, energy retrofits for greener homes and buildings, and we're going to reduce oil and gas emissions, and we're going to work with the sector, Madam.
Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa.
Madam Speaker, a constituent named Sharon called me the other day. She said, "I can't afford to drive to the city for groceries. Gas prices are crazy." Many agree with Sharon, especially rural and low-income Canadians. Last week, the average gas price was 85 cents less per litre in the United States compared to Canada. Why? Because the Liberals love taxing fuel. Madam Speaker, why hasn't the government provided any tax relief for Canadians at the pumps?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we know that a price on pollution is the best way to fight climate change and that inflation is a global phenomenon. We also know that the federal price on pollution is 11 cents per litre and that it is the only fee collected on gas that is refunded to consumers, with 8 out of 10 families actually getting more money back. Why is it that Conservatives oppose all of our affordability measures like childcare, retirement security, and the National Housing Strategy, but are always willing to make life more affordable for very profitable oil and gas companies?
The honourable for King's Hands.
Madam Speaker, Friendship Centres provide important culturally informed programs in employment, youth, and housing for Indigenous peoples across the country. Friendship Centres are important for Indigenous and non-Indigenous people to come together and learn from one another. The Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre has been providing essential programs and services to Indigenous people from across Nova Scotia from its downtown location in Halifax since 1972. Madam Speaker, can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Service Canada inform the House on what this government is doing to support the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I do want to take this opportunity to thank the member from King's Hands for this very important question and his hard work on this file. The Mi'kmaq National Friendship Centre currently provides over 55 programs, including early childhood education, employment, housing supports for culture and language, as well as harm reduction. Yesterday, we announced $4.91 million in joint federal funding to contribute to the design, as well as the construction of this new facility. The funding will also support social and economic opportunities for Indigenous entrepreneurs, building an improved, safe, and accessible space that supports the delivery of high-quality, culturally...
Saskatoon Grasswood.
Madam Speaker, Christy, in my writing, submitted her passport renewal by mail, which was the only option in March. She still, 3 months later, hasn't received her passport. When Christy actually heard from Passport Canada, she was given a phone number that spits out an automated message and then disconnects. When Christy wanted to file a complaint, guess what number Service Canada gave her? The same one. How embarrassing. When will the backlog be cleared?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is a huge demand for passports at this point in time, and I understand the situation that Christy is in. I would invite the member opposite and any members opposite that if they also have urgent cases to please get in touch with my office. We are happy to help them to ensure that Canadians get their passports on time. As I've explained recently, pre-pandemic, the majority of passport delivery issuance was happening in Service Canada offices. That has switched to mail-in. We are addressing this issue and allocating resources as necessary. Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2 days ago, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Public Safety stated, in reference to the prison farm in Joyceville, to my knowledge, there is no slaughterhouse, end quote. Now, this would appear to contradict the response given on April 8th to another MP by her minister, who stated that the existing slaughterhouse would remain in operation. So we're all a bit confused. Has the PS just announced that the slaughterhouse has been shut down and will not be reopened?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I applaud the honourable member for his newfound interest in corrections. And I have to ask where he was when the Conservative government was making mean-spirited cuts to corrections, including prison farms. We know that the rehabilitation of those who committed crimes is important for public safety, and that's why we reopened the prison farms. It's good for public safety, it's good for inmates, and it's good for the community. I would ask him to ask the Save Our Prison Farms folks what they think about the prison farms in their community.
There seems to be a lot of conversations going back and forth, including from parliamentary secretaries, and so I would just ask members to ensure that they hold off to their thoughts while other people are trying to answer the questions. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, when the Canadian wine industry was targeted by Australia at the World Trade Organization, the Liberal government said they had the industry's back. Canada's 1,100-plus wineries and cideries need the level of government support that the European, Australian, and American wine and cider industries receive, not the big Liberal tax grab in form of an excise duty. Will the Finance Minister keep her promise to support the long-term interest of wineries and cideries, especially the smaller businesses like the cideries in my riding of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, or will she just continue to tax them into bankruptcy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. With respect to the wine industry, we stand firmly in favor of supporting this industry in terms of its growth in this country, in terms of its growth and economic development and ability to export. The minister's work has taken her into different areas of the world right now. She's traveling to APEC to address the need for diversification in the Asia Pacific. With our agreements and trade accords, what we're doing is ensuring the exportation of Canadian wine and other Canadian industries so that they can meet the important targets that we are setting. Thank you, merci.
Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A free and independent press is vital to democracy, and it is sustained by journalists' remarkable work. From everyday sacrifices to numerous risks, journalists face incredible hardships to inform the world. But Putin's regime has decided to further damage these strong values by closing the CBC Bureau in Moscow to silence journalists from reporting the facts. What is the government's position on this deeply troubling authoritarian decision?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for this very important question. We strongly condemn this decision by Putin. This is a desperate attempt to cover up the truth and hide his regime's crimes in Ukraine. A free and independent press is essential to report the fact. It's at the core of our democracy, and we should never, never take it for granted. And because around the world, and even here, journalists are threatened, they are being intimidated. And I sincerely thank Canadian journalists and all journalists for the remarkable work and the risk they take every day.
Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Madam Speaker, the situation at Canada's major airports is a mess. Massive lineups, missed flights, stress and anxiety for so many travelers. All this because the government loosened pandemic travel restrictions but didn't do the work necessary to prepare our airports. And what's worse, the brunt of this crisis is falling on airport workers who are working massive overtime, missing breaks, and more. How is it, Madam Speaker, that this Minister of Transport has been so woefully unprepared for the return of travel?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I've said several times throughout the last couple of days, we understand how frustrating it is for Canadians to experience long lines and delays at airports.
This is clearly not just a staffing issue alone. CATSA is at 90% of pre-pandemic staffing levels, while travel is at 70% of what it was in 2019. Our government is working really hard with the aviation system and all the agencies involved to make sure that we have a plan in place that will reduce these frustrations. This is a multifaceted issue, and we are working, as I said, with everybody, and we kindly ask all Canadians to remain patient. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And that brings us to the end of question period. The honourable member for Edmonton West has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, with the House's permission, I'd like to table the Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada fees report audit that actually shows just 19% of passports are being done in the standard time, not the 98% that the minister claimed today.
Put it on the record.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. No. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Nay. It's rejected. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. I do want the honourable member starts. Before the honourable member starts, I just want to remind members who are actually exiting to please do it quietly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 12 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. And while I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, I second. I move, seconded by the member from the Deputy House Leader, that we move to orders of the day.
Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Ms. Romano, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre désire...
If a member of an organized party wishes a recorded division or for the motion to be passed on division, please indicate so to the chair.
Deputy House Leader?
I move that it be moved on to sentence.
House? No. A recorded division. Call in the members. question is as follows. Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Ms. Romanato. Move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. La période de...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has been activated, and the House will now proceed to votes for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Why would it be cross-party? He was a firefighter.
Couldn't do it. But I love it.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
That was great.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period to proceed.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The honourable member, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lewis.
Lewis. Mr. Lewis.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. On m'a demandé de conformer.
My vote is yes.
On a votre vote.
We do have your vote.
The honourable Minister Tassi. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
L'honorable député Dalton. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs down. Okay.
Contre.
I see no others. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 128, 128.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Government orders, government bills, Commons. Resuming debate on Bill C-13, Equality of Canada's Official Languages, and the sub-amendment of Mr. Jennis.
I have a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78 sub 1 or 78 sub 2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-18, an act respecting online communications platforms that make news content available to persons in Canada. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78 sub 3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of the proceedings at the said stage. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, I'm tabling government responses to question numbers 461 to 464. Thank you.
Thank you. The honourable member for Perth Wellington has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the record, in response to the Minister of Public Works, as a shadow minister responsible for C-18, I was not consulted on time allocation for this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, that is part of debate and not a point of order. I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
Well, point of order, Madam Chair. If what the minister stated was, do I have the floor?
The honourable point of order, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Educate me here, Madam Chair. If what the minister stated was in fact untrue in putting the motion forward, should it not be corrected?
Again, this is a point of discussion, a debate, and it's not a point of order. Parfait. Orders of the day. Reprise de débat. Resuming to. Sorry, there's so much going on here right now. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Resuming debate.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I may today, I would like to make a speech on Bill C-13, an act which is very close to the heart of the Bloc Québécois. Madam Speaker, today what we've been able to see with the Liberals' exercise supported by the NDP is a muzzle. Yet this is a vital piece of legislation for the protection of French in Quebec and also in the rest of Canada. Madam Speaker, C-13, which is currently at study, is the result of the modernization of the Official Languages Act, or the OLA. It is an objective announced in the mandate letter of the current Minister of Official Languages, as well as the letter of her predecessor in her throne speech from December the government recognized the particular situation of French, as well as its responsibility to protect and promote French not only within Quebec, but also in Quebec and outside. The federal government should allow French to include the demands and requests of those who have to deal with a decline in French every day, namely Quebecers. Yet, Madam Speaker, while C-32 in the previous Parliament reformed the OLA, it completely ignores the unanimous claims of the National Assembly of Quebec and of the Bloc with respect to the protection of French in Quebec. The federal government is even in direct contradiction with Bill 96 of the Quebec National Assembly to extend the Charter of French language across Quebec. In spite of this, in the Liberal speeches and communications, they say that they're in favor of Bill 101, and they boast that they are defenders of French. Madam Speaker, the Prime Ministers and his Liberal members have said they're always in favor of the Charter of the French language, but how come they're tabling legislation that will have an effect to prevent the Quebec government to enforce on its own territory the use of French? Based on a Supreme Court decision from 2007, they've realized that this legislation can apply to such businesses and not contradict federal legislation. It's based on this decision that Quebec has been asking Ottawa for quite some time to extend Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses. In a measure supported by all members of the National Assembly in Quebec in 2020, we've announced that the Charter of French language must be applied to federally regulated private businesses in Quebec and have the federal government to work with Quebec to ensure this change. The message probably couldn't be clearer yet. What are the Liberals doing? As soon as they have the opportunity, Madam Speaker, they impose in Quebec a language system for federally regulated businesses under the OLA, and at the same time, it crushes Quebec's ability to apply its own French charter to companies that are active in Quebec. This is not something to be taken lightly, Madam Speaker. There's even a real danger for French in Quebec because of C-13, because in the event of a disagreement, the federal system, which promotes bilingualism, versus the Quebec system, it's the federal system that will take precedence. Yes, C-13. Well, the Liberals are saying it will protect French in Quebec as well as Bill C-101, but that's not true. This is false. C-13 seeks to create Air Canada-type bilingualism. They give French speakers a right to complain if they don't work in French. This model has shown on many occasions to be unable to protect the rights of Francophones in order to work and be served in their own language. Despite thousands of complaints with Air Canada over decades, we have realized that it is just a grain of salt.
En quoi le fait d'étendre ce modèle à toutes les entreprises privées fédérales?
Why extend this model to all federally regulated private businesses? That's only going to cause French to decline further. Bill C-13 dedicates, or rather enshrines, the right to work in English in Quebec. The Official Languages Act will reinforce bilingualism. It will not protect French. Some say that the bilingual approach is reasonable, at least at first glance. We give the choice of citizens to interact in the language of their choice. But when we take into account demographics and linguistic dynamics, we see that there's devastating consequences, irreversible consequences for the French language And I'm not the one who's saying it. It's science. Professor Guillaume Rousseau from the University of Sherbrooke, who explained this when he appeared before the Official Languages Committee in February. According to just about every specialist on language policy around the world, only one approach, putting forward one single official language, can ensure the survival and promotion of a minority language. The approach of letting people select the language of their choice seems generous. However, it's always the strongest language that will win. To conclude, the federal government should do less for English in Quebec and more for the French language. Madam Speaker, as the science innovation critic for my party, I must insist on the importance of basing our decisions on scientific data. Ottawa needs to hear reason, hear the voice of reason. Science can't be used when it serves them and ignored when it doesn't. The Prime Minister must take note of this reality. In other words, when we look around the House of Commons, we see quickly that the application of Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses reveals that the Liberal Party is isolated. It was always easy for the Prime Minister to say he was in favor of Bill 101 as long as it meant nothing real politically. What we see in Quebec and Canada is that the loss of the French language is accelerated. The Prime Minister himself has expressed concerns. Even today, he says he's in favor of Bill 101. But the walk doesn't follow the talk. The Liberals want to be champions of the French language because they feel pressure from the public demanding better protection of the French language, including in Quebec. On the other hand, the Liberals completely refuse to let Quebec be the master of its own linguistic policy. The consequence is that the Liberal Party is today isolated in its position. My colleague for Salaberry-sur-Roi tabled Bill C-238, intended to ensure that all federally regulated businesses would be subjected to the Charter of the French Languages. Of course, the Bloc supported it, the Conservative Party supported it, the New Democratic Party supported it, but the Liberal Party did not. Let me be clear. The Bloc Québécois will refuse to support Bill C-13 as long as changes are not made to ensure that Quebec can be masters of its own linguistic policy. The federal government must take note of the anglicization that the nation of Quebec is facing and introduce a nuanced approach that promotes the respecting the distinct character of Quebec's situation. The primacy of the Charter of French language must be recognized. When it comes to businesses under federal jurisdiction, it's a minimum requirement. That's what the Bloc Québécois is asking for. It's what the Legislative Assembly is asking for. It's what Quebec needs. Thank you.
Comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'aimerais remercier mon collègue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques for his speech. I think he's as sensitive as I am to the fait français in Quebec. I see that situation in Quebec and throughout Canada. My colleague mentioned in his speech that he was not in favor of supporting Bill C-13 if. I have the privilege of sitting on the Official Languages Committee with his colleague from La Pointe des Îles. If amendments brought forward by the Bloc Québécois, the Conservative Party, and the NDP, and possibly even by the Liberal Party, would my colleague then be prepared to work with us to move the cause forward and protect French from further decline? The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Témiscouata, Les Basques. We can never say never. I would congratulate my colleague for his work at the Official Languages Committee. Obviously, the bill as such, it does not work for the Bloc Québécois or Quebec. Are there things that are positive in it? Yes. But currently, French is not being protected in Quebec with this bill. It allows federally regulated businesses to voluntarily choose English or French, and that does not mean protecting French. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. At the NDP, we agree it would have been much simpler to impose Bill 101 to all federally regulated businesses. Where I have a difference and where I find my colleague a bit severe when it comes to the alternative businesses will have to take is that 40% of federally regulated businesses have already adopted Bill 101 voluntarily, but the alternative is not necessarily official bilingualism. The use of the law focuses on bilingualism. Businesses that are federally regulated in Quebec must work and be supervised in French, receive all communication documentation from their employer in French, and use work tools and computer systems in French. I don't see where the problem is. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. If it's this clear, I encourage him to support our bill. I carefully explained in my speech. The Official Languages Act will have ascendance over the Charter of the French language. In Quebec, the official language is French. We don't want another law, the Official Languages Act, apply over language legislation that exists in Quebec. It's that simple. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Une brève question.
Je remercie mon collègue, mais c'est pas...
I'd like to thank my colleague, but it's not the Official Languages Act that's going to impose on federally regulated business. It's the law regulating the use of French. Those are two different things. The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, we don't need the federal government to protect the French language in Quebec. Quebec is the master of its own linguistic policy. It's that simple. In the bill, there are positive elements where francophones in a minority situation outside Quebec can benefit. However, the government of Quebec agrees that the Legislative Assembly agrees that the federal charter should be subjected to Quebec's language laws. We don't need the federal government to modernize a law and then interfere in what Quebec has already taken ownership of on its own. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to the speech from my colleague for the Bloc Québécois. There seems to be a discussion going on. I encourage people who want to have conversations to hold them in the antechamber instead, and then turn an attentive ear to the speech for the member of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you for that lovely description of my speech, Madam Speaker. Now, when it comes to the modernization of the Official Languages Act, we need to be aware of what parliamentarians are doing here today. They're setting up rules to stop the decline of the French language, protect the French language, and promote it. Modernizing the Official Languages Act. The most fragile of the two is French. Of course, we're going to talk more about French, but we have to be proud of being in a country, a unique country, that is bilingual in terms of speaking French and English. In 50 years, we need to still be able to have both of those languages. I'm concerned about the will of this government. It's demonstrated over the last few weeks that it's not truly sensitive, not paying attention, not really willing to protect French in order to stop its decline and promote it. I'll give you several examples. The list is long, but I will choose a select few. The Liberal government has appointed a unilingual Anglophone Governor General. That raises questions. It's inconsistent. Appointing the Governor General in New Brunswick is a peculiar case. There was a decision made by the provincial court saying that it's unconstitutional to appoint a provincial Governor General or Lieutenant Governor who is unilingual. We're in a bilingual country, but New Brunswick is the only bilingual province in Canada that's recognized. The government appointed a unilingual person to occupy an important position. You know what we decided this week? That the federal government was going to challenge that decision because it's not up to the judge to decide. The only level of government that we have to support bilingualism is the federal government, and now they're fighting against supporting bilingualism. 3 Liberal MPs from the Atlantic provinces have said publicly that they do not agree with the decision of the government. It's special. It means that people within that party are worried. To add insult to injury, sorry, I'm having trouble remembering the exact adage. To add insult, the government has decided to appeal. Until recently, the government has made attempts to suspend the application of decisions by the federal court, which in January 2022 affected Francophones in British Columbia and their access to services in French. The Attorney General has appealed to the Supreme Court. That is rather peculiar as well. I would add that recently we've had press conferences. Government ministers, Canadian government ministers from a bilingual country that speaks French and English, ministers are holding press conferences only in English. Worse yet, and I'm not the one who's saying it, it's Hélène Buzetti. After the speech or the conference by the Minister of the Environment, information was published only in English. I guess that means we're worried for nothing. Everything's under control. The Minister for Official Languages, a person I respect, who deep down probably intends to protect bilingualism in Canada, must fight within her own party. She's an MP for New Brunswick, and this week, after many refusals to answer reporters' questions, she had to say that she supports her government's decision to challenge the decision regarding the Lieutenant Governor in New Brunswick. Here in the House, so many issues surrounding bilingualism and the French language are addressed across the way. And when we see the direction that people take when they answer, the minister is always ready to answer, but she's often cut off and somebody else answers. It's rather peculiar. I reread Bill C-13. There's good things in it. As my colleague for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, et Basque said earlier, there are positive elements in it. However, that's small compared to the means we should be giving ourselves to stop the decline of French, protect and promote this language. We need to work on it. I said during my first speech that I extend my hand to the government to support it, to have a real law with real teeth. Bill C-13 is basically a bill with baby teeth, with milk teeth. And this law needs to have real teeth in order to take the measures necessary to protect the existence of French in Canada. I have participated at the Committee for Official Languages, and the Conservative Party modernized the Official Languages Act in 1988. We are ready to work with the government. It's in our interest, and it's our intention to protect the French language and to suggest good amendments. And I encourage all parties to participate in the study of this bill at committee. And so I will say loud and clear on Friday that the Conservative Party of Canada is ready to extend its hand to the Liberal government to make sure that we do good work and that we protect the existence of French in North America. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Je remercie mon collègue de Portneuf, Jacques.
I'd like to thank my colleague for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier for his speech. I'd like to have his comments and analysis on the following. The government chose to appoint a lieutenant general unilingually Anglophone to a bilingual province, and then New Brunswick appeals, and the Liberals oppose it. What the government's telling us is that in the future there'll always be bilingual. Well, they just appointed an Anglophone. What signal does this send for respecting people who speak French in New Brunswick and elsewhere throughout Canada? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for Juliette that I've enjoyed working with since 2015. Madam Speaker, my colleague has identified a blatant problem. How can we trust this government that is so inconsistent? In my speech, I presented very real facts to demonstrate this inconsistency and the concerns that Canadians must have when they say today that they'll appoint a lieutenant general who's bilingual in the future. People are not always working in bad faith on the other side, but I would like to have legislation in place and avoid loopholes for this kind of situation in the future. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you. Thank you to my colleague for his speech. He's entirely right that the Liberal government doesn't preach by example. And the Minister of the Environment, who's a Quebecer and a Francophone, who then communicates only in English, that's not a good sign. This bill is a step in the right direction, but we could go further. What would he like to see improved for Francophones throughout the country? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I had the privilege of meeting many organizations throughout Quebec and Canada who made presentation. The list was long when it comes to the amendments that we'd like to make to ensure protection. Let's talk about the central organizations. In the structure of government, there are 3 departments or 3 bodies that can send instructions to other departments. There's Finance, the Privy Council, and the Treasury Board. All organizations ask that there be a central organization on the level of the Treasury Board to ensure that all departments are subject to its directives. A second amendment. In Canada, the only body that can ensure the respect of both official languages is the federal government. So, when it signs agreements with provinces and territories, they should add linguistic clauses to force provinces, with some conditions, while respecting their jurisdictions, to ensure that linguistic clauses are included and ensure that the existence of French is protected throughout our country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon Parkland.
I thank my honourable colleague for his speech on this. I believe it's so important that we protect and promote Francophone language and also culture in our country. And I'm proud to represent a very large Franco-Albertan riding with towns like Morinville, Legal, Rivière-Quebar. And we had a tragedy happen last summer where we had the iconic Saint Jean-Baptiste Church burned to the ground about a year ago. And this was really an icon for the Franco-Albertan community. And I just want the members' comments on not only how this government needs to do better to defend the French language, but also Francophone culture across our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, in 50 seconds, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from St. John River Brant for his question. The strength of the Francophone community, and we're lucky to have this, that we can still talk about French in our country, that we have a country that is still bilingual. So yes, we need to invest and support our French-speaking communities, especially in minority settings. So I would suggest that when we study this at committee, that we have some tools to help our communities all across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question?
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Fortier moved that Bill C-13 enact to amend the Official Languages Act to enact the use of French in federally regulated private businesses Act and to make related amendments to other acts be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages. Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Lehoux, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. May I dispense?
Monsieur Genis, appuyé par Monsieur Ellis.
Mr. Genis, seconded by Mr. Ellis, moves the following. Shall I dispense? Thank you.
La mise aux voix porte sur le...
The question is on the sub-amendment. If a member of a recognized party president in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Division, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Monday, May 30th, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions.
Un point d'ordre, l'honorable...
On a point of order, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to submit a message to Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada, bearing her signature.
On devrait se lever pour la déclaration.
All rise for the statement.
Her Excellency, the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons a supplementary estimates A of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2023, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867 recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence, le gouvernement.
Her Excellency, the Governor-General, conveys to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates A, setting out the sums required for the federal administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867. This is recommended to the House of Commons and approved.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader. Oh, excuse, no, we...
Oh.
L'Honorable.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I would like to table in both official languages the supplementary estimates A 2022-2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Now we have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you, do you know what it is? And if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following: that in relation to its study of the situation of Russia-Ukraine border and implications for peace and security, 7 members of the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development be authorized to travel to Riga, Latvia, Tallinn, Estonia, Vilnius, Lithuania, and Warsaw, Poland in the summer of 2022, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
We don't have unanimous consent. It's very obvious.
I have another one.
The honourable member can start, and then we'll see.
Sure. Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following: that in relation to this study...
It doesn't seem to be any unanimous consent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Okay, so I don't think there is no discussions having to be had back and forth at this point. Okay, so the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has another point of order.
I'll try this one. Madam Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to see the clock at 2 o'clock so we can start private members' business.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock?
Bridgeville.
Yes?
So we can't travel, but we can time travel.
Carried. It being 2 o'clock, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-216, Health-Based Approach to Substance Use Act, standing in the name of Mr. Johns.
Resuming debate, debate. I'm just trying to see here where we're at. Sorry. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise today to join the debate on Bill C-216, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, and to engage enact the Expungement of Certain Drug-Related Convictions Act, and to enact a National Strategy on Substance Use Act. The sponsor of this private member's bill is a fellow British Columbian, the member for Courtenay, Alberta, and I want to thank him for introducing this legislation. It's very timely because Canada has been struggling with an opioid overdose crisis. It is Canada's other pandemic, but with these stark distinctions. The COVID-19 pandemic will wane. It is waning. We are seeing it in the rear-view mirror. We have developed vaccine to combat COVID-19, and we are developing a community immunity, herd immunity, as some people call it. And harm reduction measures for COVID-19 are known, simple, and generally effective. Now, none of that is true for the opioid crisis. From the government's own website, I would just like to read a couple of extracts. Quote, the opioid overdose crisis is worsening during the COVID-19 pandemic, with many communities across Canada reporting record numbers of opioid-related deaths, emergency calls, and hospitalizations. Now, the website goes on to point out that there has been a 95% increase, almost double, of opioid-related deaths in the first year of the pandemic, moving up to 7,200. Madam Speaker, this is a very, very large number. It is shocking. These are real people. These are fellow Canadian citizens. These are mums and dads, brothers and sisters, people who are loved by friends and family, and who have an opioid addiction or substance addiction, and who have found themselves, unfortunately, coming into contact with likely fentanyl-laced opioids. I grieve for a family in my riding, a family friend, who just a little while ago marked the anniversary of the death of their son to an opioid overdose death. He was loved by his family. He had a lot of friends. He was a popular man. He had a great job, and his employer relied on him. His fellow workers enjoyed working with him. He died at home, alone, allegedly of an opioid overdose. And he sadly became part of Canada's statistics. Now, the sponsor of the private members' bill, as I pointed out, is a fellow British Columbian. So I want to look at some British Columbia statistics when it comes to illicit drug toxicity deaths. The number of these deaths in BC equates to about 5 per day. That's every day, Madam Speaker. That 5 people in British Columbia die of an illicit drug toxicity poisoning. And in 2022, 74% of those dying were aged 30 to 59, and 77% were male. And more than half those deaths occurred at home alone. There was a big increase in illicit toxicity deaths since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, although we were seeing a large increase already in 2015 when illicit drug toxicity deaths became the #1 cause of unnatural deaths in British Columbia. That's going back to 2015. So there's already a big uptick, but a big spike in 2019. And at that time, fentanyl use spiked to become the #1 cause of illicit drug toxicity deaths. So we agree that this bill is very timely, and it's a very important discussion. So let's have a closer look at the draft legislation. It will amend the Controlled Substances, Drugs and Substances Act to repeal provisions that make it an offense to possess certain substances. It will also enact a new act for the expungement of certain drug-related convictions, as though the conviction never happened. And it will enact a National Strategy on Substance Use Act, requiring the Minister of Health to develop a harm reduction strategy. I want to focus on that last part, the National Strategy of Substance Use. The focus of that, according to the draft legislation, is harm caused by criminalization of substance abuse, not on the harm of the substance abuse, but on the criminalization thereof. It would also introduce a low barrier access to safe supply of addictive and harmful substances. It would focus on supervised consumption sites and overdose prevention, and it would focus on reducing stigma associated with substance abuse. Now, Madam Speaker, I believe that the intent or the hope of this legislation is that it would lead to fewer victims of substance abuse. Now, that's a laudable goal. I'm not sure that these are the correct tools. It is my position and the Conservative Party's position that we should always focus on recovery and treatment. So, back to the proposed National Strategy on Substance Use. It is commendable for promoting universal access to recovery. I would support that. It would focus on relapse prevention programs. Again, very supportable. And it would focus on evidence-based prevention programs, of course. These are all important things, and I would support those initiatives. In the 2021 federal election, the Conservatives presented a plan that included creating 1,000 drug treatment beds to create 50 recovery community centers to support local and culturally appropriate addiction treatment, and to partner with provinces for access to naloxone. So we find some common ground. We think that people should always be given the hope of recovery, not just reduced harm, not just safe supply, not just safe injection sites, but a real long-lasting solutions full of hope for a better life. We believe that Canada ought to focus on recovery treatment as our basic framework for dealing with the opioid crisis. Now, as for the decriminalization of possession, which is part of this private member's bill, I would note that in 2020, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada issued a directive to avoid prosecuting cases of simple possession. Now, that reflects and mirrors what is happening in some European countries, where possession still remains criminal, but police and prosecutors are given instructions not to intervene based on discretionary use of their powers and guidelines. This, I think, gives the judicial criminal justice system the flexibility to treat addiction as a health issue when and where appropriate, and in cases where that is appropriate. But it also retains tools for the law enforcement to keep harmful drugs off our streets. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm on the Public Safety and National Security committee, and we've just come off of a study on gun control, illegal arms trafficking, and focusing on the increase of gun crimes committed by members of street gangs. And in that study, we heard evidence from a number of witnesses that showed us an inextricable link between drug trafficking and arms trafficking. The two go hand in hand. I've got a couple of quotes here from witnesses. First, Mitch Bourbonniere, who's working in Winnipeg, and he said, anyone in Winnipeg can purchase a firearm illegally, much the same way you can purchase illegal drugs. Another quote from Michael Rowe from the Vancouver Police Force. And in answer to a question correlating arms smuggling and drug smuggling, he said, certainly there is a correlation that I don't think can be disputed, especially as the manufacturing or sale of fentanyl produces an extremely lucrative drug market. That lucrative drug market does typically invite conflict that will result in gang violence. So, Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that there is a link between drug trafficking and arms trafficking. I do not believe that removing these drugs for personal use from the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act will solve that problem. Our focus should remain on tackling the source of lethal fentanyl-laced opioids, on those criminals who produce the fentanyl and earn big profits. Madam Speaker, those are my comments. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak today to Bill C-216, which you sum it up in its broadest terms. It deals primarily with the decriminalization of simple drug possession. The bill has three main components. First, the bill sets out the legislative amendments that are relevant to achieving its objective, which is decriminalization. These include amendments to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act. Basically, the idea is to repeal Section 4.1 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and those parts of the same act, the Criminal Code, and the Proceeds of Crime Act that refer to it. Subsection 4.1 provides as follows. Section 4.1 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Except as authorized by the regulations, the possession of any substance listed in Schedule 1, 2, or 3 is prohibited. The second part of the bill enacts a new act, the Expungement of Certain Drug-Related Convictions Act. It's an act that's intended to be retroactive in a way, since its purpose is to establish a procedure to be followed by the Parole Board of Canada for the expungement of convictions that occurred prior to the coming into force of this bill, if it is passed. This portion of the legislation would allow for the wiping clean of the slate on past offenses, since the effect of expunging a conviction is that the convicted person is deemed never to have been charged with or convicted of that offense, which would allow for their criminal record to disappear. However, the expungement would not be automatic. It would require the individual to first apply for expungement. Then the Commission or the Board would review the application and see if it was valid, and then a notice would be sent to the RCMP, related departments and agencies, to expunge the records. The third and final part of the bill also creates a new law, the National Substance Use Strategy Act. This new law would require the Minister of Health to develop a strategy in consultation with the community and would require the Minister to report on the progress of that strategy. While one of the goals of the strategy is to reduce the criminalization of drug use, the third part of the bill states that the primary goal is a more public health approach that focuses on addressing the harms caused by problematic substance use. According to Bill C-216, the strategy is to be developed in consultation with provincial governments responsible for healthcare services and key stakeholders, including advocacy groups, frontline healthcare providers, people with lived experience of substance use, harm reduction workers, and experts in problematic substance use and substance use disorders. Madam Chair, although the Bloc Québécois is generally open to the idea of diverting people with substance use problems from the courts, We believe that C-216 unfortunately misses its main target. In recent years, there's been a tendency to analyze drug-related problems as health-related problems rather than criminal problems for several reasons. You can't ignore the opioid crisis that's been plaguing North America since 2016. And on a purely criminal level, the Nixon approach of tough on drugs isn't working. There's a positive experience from countries like Portugal and Switzerland who have adopted a public health approach to drug use issues. There's also a better understanding of the problems related to addictions thanks to the advancement of scientific knowledge on the subject.
216 dans son ensemble, c'est que j'ai l'impression qu'on met un peu la charrue avant les bœufs. Le troisième volet.
The problem with this bill is that it seems to be putting the cart before the horse. The third part of the bill, the one that deals with a strategy on substance use, is probably one of the most important parts of the bill in the sense that what we really want to do is support people who have addiction issues and help them get through them. The main goal of this bill is to save lives in a context where opioid consumption as a whole has been increasing since the 1980s. Just by way of example, since 2016, opioid-related deaths have been rising sharply from nearly 3,000 in 2016 to over 6,000 in 2020. The problem with this bill, in some ways, is in the timing, in the order in which the steps would take place. In fact, what we see is that when the bill comes into force, the sections that provide for simple possession offenses would fall immediately, but the national strategy wouldn't come into being until sometime the next year at best. While there may be some benefits to the immediate passage of the bill for first-time offenders, for example, the bill won't have any short-term impact on people with chronic addiction problems, especially since we have no idea what the policy will look like or how it will work with the Quebec and provincial governments who are responsible for health care. In fact, our fear is that we will miss the boat a bit if we only decriminalize without having first made sure we've attached everything else to the health services, which ensure support measures, supervision, rehab, detox, and other things, especially when you consider that those all fall under Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. Somehow it seems all too easy to point to the success of what Portugal has done to justify Bill C-216 while failing to consider the bigger picture of what Portugal has done. While Portugal's success is widely cited as evidence that decriminalization works, the reality is more complex. In Portugal, while an individual is generally not sent to prison if their possession is not more than for personal use, that individual is still subject to criminal consequences, although these cases are rarer. It should be noted that it's not exclusively decriminalization that contributes to Portugal's success, but rather diversion measures and on-the-ground support services such as supervised injection sites, outreach, and rehabilitation resources. It's important to understand that Portugal's policy is based on legal alternatives to simple possession of drugs for personal use. When an individual is arrested for simple possession, they are taken to the police station to determine if the amount of drugs in their possession is below the legal limit. This case is then referred to the Commission for the Dissuasion of Drug Addiction to assess the risk posed by their use. The Commission then brings the individual before an expert panel of social workers, health professionals, and legal advisors to assess the risk associated with the individual's behavior and situation. Depending on the risk, the individual is offered a series of measures ranging from simple education to rehab to fines and community service. In more serious cases, such as repeat offenses or posing a risk to others, individuals can be forced into treatment, and refusal could lead to criminal consequences. The main objective is to encourage compliance with the treatment or the decision to abstain from drugs.
If C-216 is adopted, we may fear that individuals who use drugs will not be criminalized, but they may otherwise fall between the cracks, since there will be no systematic follow-up or supervision. And that's why I was saying it's putting the cart before the horse. And in this context, I think it would be easier to consider a more complete and global approach, similar to what Quebec is already doing with the PTTCQ, namely the Quebec Court Drug Treatment Program. And this program aims to allow the justice system to prevent crime associated with drug addiction through measures that promote the treatment of drug-addicted offenders rather than their systematic criminalization. And through the use of Section 720, Subsection 2 of the Criminal Code, this program allows the court to defer sentencing when an offender undergoes court-supervised treatment to break the addiction. The program also provides for close collaboration between the court and addiction centers to establish treatment terms, including therapy, rehabilitation, and reintegration. Therefore, I submit to you, Madam Chair, that while Bill C-216 has a laudable objective, it is probably doomed to failure as long as we do not ensure the supervision and care of drug addicts before proceeding with decriminalization for simple drug possession. Without this supervision, there is also a risk that people, if they're not supervised or supported, will end up being criminalized for crimes indirectly related to their drug use, as they will not have access to programs such as the one in Quebec, which is not deployed throughout the country. So it goes without saying that in order for something like the effective decriminalization of simple possession of drugs to succeed, it will take health resources. And I will conclude once again by reminding you that it's a great example of where an unconditional increase in health transfers would have a significant impact on the lives of many people. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is a difficult conversation to have regarding Bill C-216 because of the context that we're debating it in. You know, when I was approaching my speech today on what I was going to say about this bill, my first thoughts were about the incredible number of families that have been touched by this in a most profound way, having lost sons, having lost brothers, having lost fathers, sisters, cousins. It has left a wake of carnage, a trail of carnage in its wake. And my community in Cowichan-Malahat Langford, many communities throughout my riding, have been severely affected. But I think what's really stark, Madam Speaker, is when you look at the statistics. Yesterday, we lost 20 people to this. Today, we're going to lose another 20. And tomorrow, another 20, and so on it will go. In British Columbia, my home province, we have been the epicenter of this. In the first 3 months of this year alone, 548 people died. That is the nature of the street supply of drugs in so many communities across this country. And we are just having too many families experience this. And it's been going on for years now. I mean, I remember I've been a member of this House, Madam Speaker, since 2015. It was in 2016 that my home province of BC declared a health emergency, a provincial health emergency. And it seems every single year I have been in this House, we have been having the same conversation, publicly lamenting in this House over the sheer number of deaths. And we still haven't figured out to put in place legislative policy to address it. Here we are in the year 2022, and we're still talking about this. In the last 6 years, nearly 25,000 Canadians have died. I mean, when does the number reach a point where we become ashamed of the lack of progress that we've made? We are in a legislative chamber as a part of the Parliament of Canada which can enact the policy to save lives. It is this House that has jurisdiction over the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. It is this House that can legislate the criminal code. It is this government that can, through powers, federal powers, help coordinate a strategy to effectively deal with this crisis. But we're still talking about it, and yes, I admit some action has been taken, but the numbers show not nearly enough. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that the drugs fentanyl and carfentanil as synthetic opioids have completely changed the game on the ground. And we now have a situation where when people go out to buy street drugs, it is essentially like playing Russian roulette with their lives. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, in my riding, I don't have to walk very far down the streets to find illicit drugs. In fact, I could probably purchase illicit drugs quicker than I could go and get a pharmacy filled out, a prescription filled out. That's how easy it is. And when you combine that with the personal trauma that people have suffered, whether it's physical, emotional, or sexual, I mean, the multitude of reasons that people use drugs is very wide-ranging. But the fact is it's still there. And every single day in communities like mine, we still see paramedics responding to this, still bringing out their naloxone kits, trying in vain to revive another life. And even if that person is lucky enough to be revived, they could be suffering from permanent brain injury, and they will be a ward of our healthcare system for the remainder of their lives. This is where we're at, Madam Speaker, and we have to keep those people in our hearts when we're talking about this issue. We're at a point now, I was reading the news, Madam Speaker, from earlier this month from BC, and toxicology testing revealed that 94%, think about that, 94% of the drug samples in March contained fentanyl or one of its analogs. So that's not even Russian roulette anymore. That's actually a guarantee pretty much at 94%. You know that if you're going out to buy street drugs, the chances that you have a dose that's going to kill you remain very high. Now, Madam Speaker, I serve in our caucus as our public safety critic, and I know one of my colleagues was referencing committee study that we did on guns and gang violence, and I want to echo his comments because many of the police officers who did appear before our committee were talking about how the issues of gun violence and the illicit drug trade are so intertwined because of the obscene amounts of money that criminal networks are making with fentanyl and carfentanil. The street value of those drugs when they are cut into other substances has made this a very, very lucrative market. And when that kind of money can be made on the streets, it always leads to conflict. And police officers across this country now tell us that whenever they go on a drug bust, they are almost always finding a massive arsenal of weapons to accompany it. So the two cannot be separated from each other. And I actually had a question to the chief of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, Chief Evan Bray. And, he said that the position on decriminalization for their organization with regard to simple possession is trying to understand that putting handcuffs on someone who suffers with an addiction is not going to solve the problems. It's going to take them temporarily out of the stream, but that's all it's going to do. Unless there's a way we can get them the help they need, recidivism is going to happen, and they're going to be right back in that stream. So that is a summary of the failure of the criminal approach on this, Madam Speaker. So having set the context, let's turn our attention now to Bill C-216, which was introduced by my friend, my neighbour, and my colleague, the Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni. And I also want to recognize that other members of our caucus, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, has also tried to spearhead legislation in other parliaments. And I also want to recognize the NDP leader, the member for Burnaby South, because it was back in 2017, during his leadership run for our party, that he first took this very bold policy position. And we're now at a point 5 years later where we are actually having a serious conversation about this. But back in 2017, that was a risky proposition for him to take, and I want to acknowledge his courage in doing that so that we can have this conversation today. But Madam Speaker, C-216 is going to do three main things. It is going to repeal the personal possession offense in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, something I believe is necessary so that we end the criminal stigma attached to possession. It's going to have a second part where we expunge certain drug-related convictions. And the third, which I think is, of course, the really important one, is the enactment of a national strategy on substance use. And I've heard conversations in this House about how we need to focus on treatment. I agree. Treatment is one part of the continuum of care. But when that subject's always brought up, I always respond by saying that you cannot treat a dead person. All of these measures have to be brought into play together. There is no one silver bullet. It's all part of a continuum of care. And it's a fact, having spoken to experts on the ground in my riding, there are people out there who are not yet ready for treatment. And if you were to put them in a treatment program, it would be a complete and total failure because they are not yet at that stage. There are multiple interventions that need to happen in this. But one of the most important ones is to decriminalize, because we have too many people that through the fear of criminality are using alone, and they're dying alone, and they are doing so with no member of their family or their friends ever knowing that they were a drug user because they are ashamed to admit it. That's what that stigma does to people, Madam Speaker. It prevents people from getting the help that they need. So this bill comes out of a very clear recommendation from Health Canada's expert task force. But I do want to end on this, Madam Speaker, because I know I'm in my last few seconds here. To members of this House and other parties who are still trying to figure out how they're going to vote on this, I implore you, please do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Please acknowledge that this is a good idea and it is worthy of more study. So please vote on June the 1st to get this bill to committee so that we can have a wholesome discussion on this and pave a path forward to get people the real help that they need and to save lives. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, Mental Health.
Parfait. Merci. Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Supply crisis is heartbreaking and has taken a tragic toll on the families, loved ones, and communities of those we have lost across Canada. I would like to thank the member of Courtenay-Alberni for his advocacy on this critical issue and for prompting this important debate in the House of Commons. Le gouvernement du Canada reconnaît que
the Canadian government recognizes that this crisis is one of
The Government of Canada recognizes that the opioid, or rather the drug overdose crisis, is one of the most serious threats to public health in recent Canadian history. This unprecedented crisis is having a devastating impact on individuals, friends, families, communities across the country. Sadly, the most recent national data indicates that 26,690 deaths have been attributed to opioid intoxication that occurred between January 2016 and September 2021. Fentanyl and its analogs continue to be the primary culprits, with up to 86% of apparent opioid-related accidental deaths in the first 9 months of 2021 being associated with fentanyl.
Our government recognizes that problematic substance use is, first and foremost, a public health issue. Since 2017, our government has moved forward with significant action, investing over $800 million to address the overdose crisis and substance use-related harms. We have improved access to treatment and harm reduction, improved access to safer supply, reduce regulatory barriers to treatment, strengthened law enforcement, developed educational products and tools for healthcare providers as well as the public, and advanced research and surveillance to build the evidence base. Ces investissements clés incluent les 200.
These key investments include the $282 million Substance Use and Addictions Program to provide grants and contributions to other levels of government and community organizations to address the illegal supply of toxic drugs and substance use issues. Treatment is an essential way to help people who suffer from problematic substance use and want to stop using drugs to live healthier lives. We have invested $200 million over 5 years, with $40 million recurring annually to improve the delivery of culturally appropriate substance use treatment and prevention services in First Nations communities. Our government has also provided $150 million in one-time funding to provinces and territories through the Emergency Treatment Fund to improve access to evidence-based treatment services. Funding is also being matched by provinces and territories beyond the first $250,000.
Shows that harm reduction measures save lives. Since 2017, supervised consumption sites in Canada have received more than 3.3 million visits and reversed almost 35,000 overdoses without a single death at a site. These sites also provide access to supportive and trusted relationships for people who use drugs, including opportunities to access treatment. Ils ont fait plus de 148 000 références à des services.
They've made more than 148,000 referrals to health and social services. Since January 1st, 2016, our government has increased the number of approved supervised consumption sites from 1 to 38. We have also increased access to life-saving naloxone, including in remote and isolated Indigenous communities. Improving safe supply will be critical to saving lives, and we have invested over $63 million to expand access to a safe supply of pharmaceutical-grade alternatives.
Treating addiction as a public health issue means we are also committed to diverting people who use drugs away from the criminal justice system and towards supportive and trusted relationships in health and social services. In December 2021, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General introduced Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Amongst other measures, the bill will have police and prosecutors consider alternative measures, including diverting individuals to treatment programs, giving a warning or taking no further actions, instead of laying charges or prosecuting individuals for simple drug possession. Notre gouvernement a aussi facilité.
Our government also facilitated the passage of the Good Samaritan Overdose Rescue Act in May 2017. In August 2020, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada issued guidance to prosecutors indicating that alternatives to prosecution should be considered for personal use possession offenses, except in the case of significant aggravating circumstances.
The different approaches cities, provinces, territories, and other organizations are taking to address the opioid crisis, including how they are approaching potential decriminalization of personal possession in their communities. We continue to work with these partners, many who are pursuing comprehensive regional decriminalization proposals for their jurisdictions. The Controlled Drugs and Substances Act generally prohibits activities, including personal possession of controlled substances, unless those activities have been specifically authorized through regulations or an exemption under the Act. Section 56 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act gives the minister broad powers to exempt people or controlled substances from the application of any of the provisions of the Act for medical or scientific purposes, or if otherwise in the public interest. Currently, the federal government is reviewing requests for Section 56 exemptions for decriminalization of simple possession from the province of British Columbia, the City of Vancouver, and the Toronto Public Health. Private Member Bills 216 proposes to immediately decriminalize personal possession of controlled substances across Canada, without addressing the complex issues of implementation. This does raise significant concerns. Decriminalization of the personal possession of illicit drugs at a national level requires a comprehensive and well-thought-out multi-jurisdictional strategy around implementation. This includes ensuring adequate and appropriate health and social services resources are in place, the engagement and additional training and guidance of law enforcement, specific definitions of personal possession, public education and awareness strategies, as well as meaningful consultation with Indigenous governments, partners, and organizations. Our government will ensure these decisions are based on evidence and applied research. Getting this right on effective indicators, data, and evaluation will be important to inform our approach going forward. D'autres juridictions évaluent.
Other jurisdictions are evaluating other evidence-based approaches, and we're working with our partners to find innovative solutions.
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and Associate Minister of Health calls on the Minister to advance a comprehensive strategy to address problematic substance use in Canada, supporting efforts to improve public education to reduce stigma, and supporting provinces and territories and working with Indigenous communities to provide access to a full range of evidence-based treatment and harm reduction, as well as to create standards for substance use treatment programs. Nous savons qu'il y a plus.
We know there's more to be done. We will continue to work with provinces and territories, experts, stakeholders, people with lived experience, and local communities to end this tragedy. Our government will use every tool at our disposal to end this public health crisis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start this debate with this. Dead people don't detox. And I want in particular for the Liberal and Conservative members to let that sink in. I want the Prime Minister to know that his excuse that decriminalization is not a silver bullet is a false argument to deflect his lack of courage to take meaningful action to save lives. Let me be very clear. Overdose deaths are a preventable death. People are dying from drug poisoning, and it does not have to be this way. The passing of Bill 216 will save lives. It is within the power of every member of this House to show that you value life without just judgment, that you want to stop the overdose crisis in your community. And all you have to do is to vote for my colleague's bill, Bill C-216. It is a bill to decriminalize the possession of a small amount of drugs for personal use, to expunge the criminal records related only to minor possession convictions, and to work with provinces to find health center solutions to end the crisis once and for all. These include ensuring a safer, regulated supply of drugs, providing universal access to recovery, treatment, and harm reduction services. The overdose crisis has been wreaking devastation upon families and communities for years. In BC, the toll has been the heaviest. 2021 was the deadliest year yet on record for the number of overdose deaths, taking 2,224 lives too early. Since the overdose crisis was declared a public health emergency in 2016 by the provincial medical health officer in BC, more than 9,410 people have died of illicit drug toxicity. Just last month, there are 165 suspected drug toxicity deaths in British Columbia. That's 5.3 deaths per day, and it has become the leading cause of unnatural death in British Columbia. In 2018, there were 4.5 times more overdose deaths than deaths from motor vehicle crashes, suicides, homicides, and prescription drug overdoses combined. Overdose deaths occurred across all walks of life, age groups, and socioeconomic spectrum. Parents of judges, of doctors, of teachers have lost loved ones to the overdose death crisis. And I still recall the heartbreak of a mother whose daughter got ill and needed surgery, and afterwards, her daughter got addicted to opioids due to the overprescribed painkillers. And when the doctor stopped that prescription, her daughter turned to street drugs to manage her pain. The pain and anguish on her face when it was revealed that Big Pharma hid the addictive nature of opioids. I cannot imagine the devastation of a parent reeling from the shock that their child, a high school student, died of an overdose. Madam Speaker, I know too many people in my community who use drugs to help them manage the trauma they experience, and they are just trying to survive the best that they can. But that should not be a death sentence for them, Madam Speaker. I know too many people who have lost loved ones on the drug poisoning crisis. Madam Speaker, 9,410 since 2016, 2,224 last year, 5.3 deaths every day. These are not just numbers. They are real people, a son, a daughter, a friend, a husband, a mother, a loved one. That's why we must stop this war on drugs. It has failed dismally and has done more harm than good. The Liberal government like to say they believe in science and medical experts. Well, believe it when BC's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Bonnie Henry, recommends that the federal government decriminalize people who possess controlled substances for personal use. The Conservatives like to say they believe in law and order. Well, believe it when the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police agrees that addiction is a public health issue and that evidence suggests decriminalization for simple possession is an effective way to reduce the public health and public safety harms associated with substance use. We cannot arrest our way out of the overdose crisis. 30 jurisdictions globally have adopted or are beginning to adopt a shift in drug policy that moves away from criminalizing people who use drugs to one of decriminalization. The Portuguese model have given evidence that when utilized along with other interventions, including harm reduction, prevention, enforcement, and treatment strategies, decriminalization has led to an increase in treatment uptake, a reduction in drug-related deaths, and no increase in drug use. In May 2021, the City of Vancouver submitted a request for an exemption from the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to Health Canada, requesting urgent action to provide an exemption that would decriminalize personal possession of illicit substances within the city's boundary. 1 year later, the federal government has still not taken any meaningful action to advance this call for action. And as the Liberals drag their feet on this, with every passing day, more people are dying from this overdose crisis. And make no mistake, the cost of inaction is real human lives. It also creates persistent personal, social, and structural stigma against addiction, increases risk-taking, and is an impediment to public health harm reduction initiatives. For the self-proclaimed feminist prime minister, know this: criminalizing causes greater harm to women. Women incarcerated for drug offenses in BC tend to be younger and often undereducated. They commonly have a diagnosed mental disorder and a history of victimization. Incarcerated women have a higher rate of Hep C and HIV infections than men. Many are mothers. Separating children from their mother is devastating, often resulting in foster care placement. Children with parents in prison are more likely to drop out of school and become involved with the prison system themselves, thus continuing the vicious cycle. As lawmakers, it is our job to put in place policies that will help break this cycle. That's why I urge every member in this House to support Bill C-216. At least send it to committee so that we can have that vigorous debate, so that we can invite witnesses to come before us to answer some of those questions that I just heard the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary raise. Even if you don't support this motion and you have doubts about it, then do the right thing by sending it to committee and to hear witnesses about it. Aside from decriminalization, Bill C-216 also calls for the expungement of criminal records that are solely related to minor possession. A criminal record poses often insurmountable barriers for people finding employment and housing, and they should not have to wear that as a noose around their neck. We need to change our laws to allow for that. Madam Speaker, the harms caused by interacting with criminal justice system and the additional barriers posed with a criminal record throws people into a vicious cycle that often impacts the most vulnerable in our society. And that is exactly why the NDP motion also asks the government to work with provinces to develop a strategy informed by health center solutions that addresses the root causes of problematic substance use. To ensure a successful response to the overdose crisis, decriminalization must be complemented by the necessary supports. We can break this cycle today if we act with courage and compassion. So I ask the government to end the war on drugs and save lives by decriminalizing personal possession now, and the NDP motion by calling on the government to do exactly that. There can be no more delays. Madam Speaker, the time to act is now. Thank you so much.
Reprise de débat. Je vais laisser savoir au député qu'il y a seulement.
I'll inform the member that he only has 4.5 minutes for his speech. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this place to debate the bill from my NDP colleague for Courtney Alberni. If COVID-19 took thousands of lives in the last years, and we've dedicated the time and the money necessary to help people and to prevent further loss of life. There's another crisis that's been going on for years that hasn't received the same level of attention, even though it still costs us lives today. Hundreds of people every month, thousands of people over the last years because of drug addiction. It's literal carnage. We must act quickly. We have to do something. A solution that's based on science, on studies, on reports, on experts is what we're putting forward. We need to vote and act based on what science is telling us. So those who believe in this must vote in favor of this bill. Everyone who's been looking at this issue for years are telling us that this is the way to go. This is the start to help us save lives of our fellow citizens. It needs to go to committee. I hear everyone in this place say drug addiction is not a police problem. It's not a legal problem. It's a health problem. If you really believe it, vote for it at second reading stage. If there's things to improve, if there's things to look at, we'll do it. We'll call in additional experts and witnesses, but that's what we need to do. If we're sincere about taking this seriously as a public health problem, we need to move towards the decriminalization of simple possession. My colleague for Courtney Alberni came to Montreal 2 or 3 weeks ago and visited groups who help people who are in crisis, who have drug problems, who are at risk of losing their lives. We visited Dopamine, Cactus. Everyone told us that parliamentarians must vote in favor of this bill. It's the good thing to do. It's not perfect, but it's a good step forward, and we need it. My New Democrat colleague was with me, and we found a person who was laid out on the sidewalk in front of Cactus. We must have looked rather like official people, and the people at Cactus, the person on the sidewalk saw us and said, "You have to help these people because they're saving lives. They're helping me. They're saving lives every day." And then we went to see doctors, stakeholders, researchers, at SHRM who specialize in drug addiction. What did they say? They said exactly what we've been asking for years. It makes sense to decriminalize simple drug possession, to not put those people in situations where they're stuck dealing with the police and then sent to prison who don't get the help that they need, because a prison is not a hospital. It meets other needs and it has other functions.
Je pense que oui, effectivement.
So yes, I think we have to improve the funding and supports, but I think that our responsibility as federal lawmakers is to do what we can, where we can, right now. And the criminal code is our responsibility to change if it's the right thing to do. And it is the right thing to do. All the international experience points to that. All the stakeholders are calling on us to do that. So if people have questions or doubts, at least in principle, vote in favor, send this bill to committee, and then we can make amendments or whatever fixes we need to make. But if we refuse, if we kill this bill, if we nip it in the bud, then we're not listening to the people in the field. Lives will be lost, and we'll have to start over from scratch. Nothing will be done. More and more people will die in the streets of Montreal, Vancouver, and Toronto. So I think it's our responsibility to be bold, to go ahead with C-216 so that at least it can be studied in committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member has a right to reply for 5 minutes. The honourable member Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, at the conclusion of this stage of debate on Bill C-216, I first want to thank the members who've spoken today. Canadians deserve a debate on how to respond to a public health emergency that's been raging for more than 6 years and cost more than 27,000 lives. Bill C-216 is the first piece of comprehensive legislation aimed at addressing this crisis to be debated in this House. But with respect to my colleagues here today, I believe who we really need to hear from are the experts in public health and substance use, the people working on the front lines of this crisis, and those with lived and living experience who've been directly affected. Those are the people I've been speaking to since I became the NDP's critic for mental health and harm reduction. Over the last few months, I've traveled the country to hear how the toxic drug crisis is affecting communities across Canada. What I've heard is people are frustrated the government is not doing their job to help Canadians who are struggling. Their angry politicians don't seem to care about the lives of their loved ones. When COVID-19 hit, the government acted with a sense of urgency and was willing to take bold steps to protect Canadians. It worked rapidly roll out income supports to procure enough vaccines for every Canadian and to procure enough vaccines for every Canadian, like I said, Madam Speaker. And the government's response to COVID-19, it hasn't been perfect, but it showed a willingness to act and adjust as needed, because inaction poses a greater risk. Yet after 27,000 deaths in the overdose epidemic, this government is still talking about pilot programs. It has done consultations and commissioned reports that have seemingly gone unheard. I hope all members will agree that it's time not only to listen, but it's time to act like lives depend on it, because they do. Last spring, Health Canada commissioned an expert task force to make recommendations on federal drug policy. The task force was comprised of people with expertise in mental health and addictions, public health, law enforcement, criminology, harm reduction. The task force also benefited from the lived experience of members of Black and Indigenous communities, people who use drugs, and those who have lost loved ones due to drug-related deaths. The task force published 2 reports that convey a very clear message. Canada's drug policies are not working, and they need to change. They're causing irreparable harm to our communities, Madam Speaker. They're costing huge sums of money, and they're costing lives. The proposals in Bill C-216 reflect the recommendations contained in the expert task force reports. This bill would work to stop harms of ineffective drug policies and set Canada on the path to dealing with substance use in a comprehensive and compassionate way. Before members vote on this bill on June 1st, I urge them all to read these reports, at the very least, their recommendations. My other request today to all members is that even if you don't agree with the full contents of Bill C-216,
please vote in favor of sending it to committee. Hear from experts and those dealing with impacts of this crisis and bring amendments to the table. Senator Gwen Boniface, the former commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, and Senator Vern White, former chief of police for Durham Region and the City of Ottawa, both supporting getting this bill to committee. If you're considering voting Bill C-216 down at this stage, I ask, what will you tell your constituents in 6 months' time, in 12 months, in 3 years? This crisis is continuing to escalate, and every day more Canadians are losing someone they love. How will you explain to them that you did not think it was even worth discussing solutions? This morning, a staff member of mine shared the words she spoke at her brother's funeral after he died of an accidental overdose poisoning a week before his 35th birthday. She commented that every day there are Canadians writing speeches for funerals that shouldn't be happening. And the words she shared was a quote from her brother's favorite poet, Oscar Wilde, who wrote, quote, "The only difference between the saint and the sinner is that every saint has a past and every sinner has a future." She went on to write, "I wish Ryan had another chance to build the future he wanted. We're all flawed, and I hope through his memory we can remind the world that every life is beautiful and has value. Everyone deserves compassion and love, and even in their darkest times." With this bill, we have a chance to send that message that we care about people who are struggling, and we will be there for them. We have a chance to save lives. I urge this House to rise to that occasion, to this occasion. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. John, seconded by Ms. Zerillo, move that Bill C-216 enact to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act and to enact the Expungement of Certain Drug-Related Convictions Act and the National Strategy on Substance Use Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre.
If a member of a recognized party in the House wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so.
Madam Speaker, I request that the motion be adopted on division.
No, a recorded division? Conformément à l'ordre d'adoption.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 1st, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
It being 3:48, the House stands adjourned until Monday, May 30th, 2022 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28 sub 2 and 24-1. Have a great weekend, everybody.